Hey, we have audio. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to round number 1 here on Adventure Code Gaming. This is streaming straight from the Haven Games, our locals here in Castleberry, Florida. Thank you so much for joining me. Yes, we do have some spice today, Tom. That is awesome. Thank you for hanging out with us today. This is a very special tournament. If you guys don't know, this tournament is only legal, or this format is only going to exist in the US for 1 week. Due to Uprising being delayed, Uprising is of course not legal here in the US. However, the banned and restricted announcement did also go live at its normal scheduled time. So that being said, that means Chain and Bravo, star of the show, also known as Starvo, are actually living legend and no longer in the format. And real quick, Jamie definitely bringing the spice with that Heart of Fiendel on his deck. But yeah, so this format, no Chain, no Bravo, star of the show, and Autumn's Touch is back, things like that. However, no Uprising, so no Dromai, no Fi, and no Iyslander Adult Hero, and all of her new Iyslander cards. So super exciting. We do see that Jamie has decided to dominate a Crippling Crush. He definitely has to find a way to slow down Matt with the Channel Mount Heroic. The Channel Mount Heroic turns are always very strong. We actually see Matt is going to give him the entire suite of armor plus a Razor Reflex, just enough not to take damage, or to take crush damage from the Crippling Crush. Whether or not that's correct, we'll have to see. He did have to give up Creepers, which we know Creepers is one of the strongest cards in the Runeblade arsenal. Creepers just is such a good card, able to, you know, flash out things at an instant speed that you normally wouldn't to. Kind of gives you an action point, gives things go again, pseudo attacks go again that normally wouldn't. But here we have an E-Strike coupled with the Channel Mount Heroic and the Nimblism. This E-Strike probably coming in for, well, it's coming in for +6, so it has a base of 5, so it's at least coming in for 11. Yeah, coming in for 11. Didn't see if he drew a card or said go again, or definitely probably didn't say go again just because he had the embodiment of lightning token. But definitely coming in for 11, so he must have drawn a card. We see that he has another Nimblism in hand and a Pursuit of Knowledge, which is also spicy. This is probably one of the spiciest tournaments you're going to see in a long time. There's just so many cards that maybe didn't get to see the light of day, didn't get to do well in a previous format. You know, Starvo was keeping everyone down, and Chain was just probably the fastest deck, the most consistent fastest deck, I would say. Able to push through so much damage probably by turn 3 or 4. With both those are gone, and now we just have, you know, we have OG Bravo. He's gonna we have Briar is gonna be probably really strong in the next format, and so Briar's gonna probably also shine in this format as well. Mixed damage, always good. Pursuit of Knowledge is a crazy card. Interesting enough, Pursuit of Knowledge with a Channel Mount Heroic is kind of filthy. So it's coming in for 7 damage. And we're going to see that Jamie is having none of it. He's going to give him every card. He's giving him the Disable, his gloves, and the shield. Matt had to... looks like Matt had to break the chain there, but gave the shield an extra counter, or extra point of defense. And Jamie's just going to have to draw pass. Goes straight back to Matt's turn. He wasn't able to keep up the Channel Mount Heroic, so that did go away. Let's do this. Since we're both over here, let's find a way to get this. No. If it'll reach, then no worries, but let's just see. Why is that cable so little? Well, okay, yeah.
Really leaning over you so I can see.
We got Fest. Oh, hey, Colin. Welcome to the chat, man. Awesome. Thanks. Glad to have you here. Who's typically favored in this matchup? I would say it's kind of even, to be honest. I think Bravo typically has always been able to defend quite a lot, and usually is better poised to deal with the split damage because he has a bunch of blues and a bunch of high block cards. It just depends on whether or not the Bravo can keep on the pressure while also blocking, right? And that's easier said than done, especially when Matt on his side of the field is playing things like a Nimblism into an Exude Confidence. Exude Confidence is an interesting card. It says that you can't activate instance or defense reactions while it's not being defended by a card with attack higher than its own. Tom's saying I would say Briar is favored, but Bravo can definitely hold tempo if the draws are good. I would agree with that. That's kind of, I guess I was kind of saying that. If I had to pick one, if I had to put money on it, I'd probably put it on the Briar. That's where I would go with that, right? Yeah, I'd probably put it on the Briar. Briar's just so aggressive and able to pump out a lot more damage that's very tall. Able to get over some of those blocks.
I think it's also the consistency on the numbers for those turns. I mean, 11 back-to-back, right?
Yeah, exactly. The Channel Mount Heroic turns are going to be the make or break turns for Briar in this matchup. Jamie's able to hold on. I mean, Jamie's at 33 life and the Briar's at Matt's at 26. And that's kind of been, and Matt's been just swinging in, not blocking too much, just wailing. Yeah, Briar things wailing on the Bravo. We do see the Scar for Scar come in for 4, then the Lightning Surge come in for another 4. Hard to see what's in Matt's hand. I do see an Autumn's Touch. I do see a Entwined Lightning. I don't see a way to fuse that Entwined Lightning.
No, I noticed that he went with the Nilrune's helmet instead of the Arcane Barrier 3 Skullcap.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, AB3, if there's anyone who's going to be able to take advantage of it, it's probably going to be Bravo with all the blues. However, you do have to be losing, right? In order for that AB3 to be on, you have to be underneath in health, and that's not really where you want to be in Bravo, right? So I think having the Arcane Barrier 2 is enough. That's mostly what's going to come through on Briar. Mostly the Rosetta Thorn's going to be most of the damage. Not really too much anything more than that. You might see a cheeky, like, the reveal card, the Sonata Arcanix.
Oh, yeah.
You might see a Sonata Arcanix if they somehow pitch a bunch into it, come in for 3, but that's kind of like a rarity and probably never going to happen. So we do see one of my favorite cards in Briar when they actually play it is actually the Amulet of Earth. Amulet of Earth is an insane card when you can actually pair it with something like a Force of Nature, something to that, especially Force of Nature. Basically, it gives all of your attacks +1, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to have Earth Fuse that turn, which Force of Nature can do that for you. You can Earth Fuse a Force of Nature, so
getting that trigger on every attack that turn.
Yeah, threatening the draws, threatening a really wide turn. If you can pair that with a Channel Mount Heroic, it's definitely going to be really exciting turn. Jamie is definitely setting up for a grind with both Null Rune. Yeah, of course. I don't think Bravo ever wins the straight up race. He'll never win that trade.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have the extra access to Oakenold that Starvo did. He doesn't have he has basically like 6 huge disruptions, and that's the 3 copies of Crippling Crush and then 3 copies of Spinal Crush.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, you just don't have as much disruption as you would if you were Star of the Show with the extra 3 copies of Oakenold. And plus the extra damage of +2 Go Again and Dominate. I'm so happy we don't have to talk about him too much. We get to focus on regular OG Bravo over here. That also being said, this turn has lined up to be something kind of interesting on Matt's side of the field. We have 1 Arcane coming in from the Rune Chant and a Coax of Commotion. Coax of Commotion is such an interesting card because all the effects you get to pick, whether it's gain a life, get a quicken token, draw a card, happen for both players. So it's kind of like a big gamble that you have to take. Am I really going to give my opponent another card? What if that card's worth more than the card I have?
Exactly.
I don't know. And it doesn't have Go Again on it, so a lot of times you have to manufacture Go Again on it somehow if you want to really take advantage of it. But
mostly seen in Snapdragon, I guess, right?
Something we haven't talked about yet, and I think Tom was alluding to it early on, where he said Jamie bringing the spice, is he's bringing the shield and the common hammer from Tales of Aria.
Titan's Fist.
Titan's Fist. Which I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of Guardians actually run. That being said, a lot of the Guardians I've seen are Oldhim and Starvo, so they had Winter's Wail, so that could really play into that.
Anothos is dead? Question mark?
Yeah,
Question mark?
exactly. So it's awesome. I love this format already. I wish this could have been our format for longer than a week.
Yeah. I mean, but Starvo's ban could have happened a bit sooner, right?
It could have. It would have been nice if right after Pro Tour they just said, you know what, he got there, and you know what, Chain's gonna get there too. So just throw him on the list. But no, they stuck to their process.
What would have been big in that? With I guess without uprising heroes and
in this format, I think Viserai is really poised to do well. Which we do have a Viserai. We have Alex LaPluma on Viserai, so he'll definitely be on stream probably shortly. We have Briar. I think Briar's really poised to do well. Bravo, I'm not 100% sold on.
Yeah.
I think Oldhim is just the more
appropriate hero.
Yeah, it
for
just
the
feels
format.
like it does more. If you want to control the game, you can do that. If you want to go aggro, you can kind of do that.
Right.
All his attacks, even if you don't fuse them, usually cost 3 or 4. And that's much easier to manage, I think. Then a lot of the 5, 6s, and 7s. It's just awkward in that way.
I really think a Guardian, maybe with let's revisit Sledge and see if maybe that can come through in this next format.
Sledge of Anvilheim?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just hard to take it. So what's the big benefit of Sledge of Anvilheim, right? It's the fact that it's not once per turn, right? I mean, it comes in for a base 6, which is good too, but it's just hard to take advantage. Like, how are you going to swing it again?
Yeah.
You have to find, a quicken token from a previous turn. You can,
Even bigger.
try to be cute with even bigger than that, but even then, you have to, hope you have to...
Draw a card that's not.
Well, no, you have to get a card that's bigger, so...
Right.
I suspect this game will come down to how quickly Matt can cast all his Mount Heroics. I think that's a lot of what Briar does. I think that is pretty much Love You Fest. That's Brandon.
Brandon.
I think a lot of Briar games in general come down to how quickly do they see Mount Heroic and how much can they take advantage of it.
Right.
They need to see the Mount Heroic, and the turn that it's up, the turn they play it, usually you want to get at least one attack in with it, if you can. And then the next turn where you come back around, you have that one counter on Mount Heroic. You need to have you want to smack them.
You want the nuts, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, I haven't really seen a whole lot of fireworks coming from Matt's side of the field. Just a couple. We have the 4 go again. We're gonna play a Ravenous Rabble. It's gonna have 4 as well because we revealed the red Command and Conquer. Jamie gonna block with a 3 block, take 1. Matt gonna miss the Embodiment of Earth, maybe.
I think he's gonna probably.
Oh
Just,
no, he
yeah.
wants to. Nope, not yet. Spoke too soon. He definitely just wanted to lightning press the Ravenous Rabble. Maybe he'll make it now. He's not blocking anyway, right?
It's nice to have up, anyways.
Yeah, and I think he's been on chain. I think for all of the last format. He did play a couple games of Briar, but really every time I saw him at locals, he's been on chain. So remembering those triggers is not as intuitive, right? I guess if you haven't been playing it.
It definitely becomes a secondhand nature once you do it a couple times, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah. You remember hit with this, make an embodiment. Especially if you were playing in the old format before her errata, you were just make an embodiment, make an embodiment, make an embodiment.
Wow, we really made it through that one.
Oh yeah, dude, Lightning Briar was wild. Yeah, and we see he's not even gonna block. We see Jamie's gonna come in with the hammer, get in 4 damage, just chipping away, chip, every turn. Matt really needs to start finding, some heavy attacks. I think losing the Spellbound Creepers early might not have been, where I would have gone with that. You want to smack him, AJ Brown 2020. Yeah, you got to smack him.
Everyone's got a plan until you hit him in the face.
Yeah, absolutely.
He told me that one. was-
Everybody got a plan until they get hit in the mouth.
Do you think we'll see the Mount Heroic here soon? I mean, we're getting kind of low.
We need to see it.
Yeah.
And you know what's scary as well is he's seeing a lot of his Earth cards. So even if he finds the Mount Heroic,
How can he keep it up?
yeah, like what if he gets a Mount Heroic and no Earth cards? That's another thing with these elemental heroes that, you know, it's just one of those extra steps, those extra hoops that you have to jump through because, unfortunately, like, just the way it works, the way the fuse mechanic works, the way the channel mechanic works, I think they balance it around the fact that you're gonna, if you want to do these extra things, you're gonna be leaking damage because you have to hold on to these cards in your hand.
There's no other way.
There's no other way, right? So, you just have to keep taking damage. Sorry. Not gonna say that one, but then we see the Overload. Overload is an actual kind of crazy card. It has Dominate. It has a base of 3. But it says if it hits, it has Go again.
Yeah.
So basically, you want to pair it with something that buffs it, right? So
It's coming in for 6, it looks like.
6. I think that was a Life of the Party. What is that card underneath the?
That's an attack action. I'm not too familiar.
Yeah, I think it's the one from Everfest. But right now, Jamie just gonna block with the shield, blocking for 1. He does have a Fate Foreseen in hand, but he also has a Unmovable. He could block this completely should he choose to.
Would stop the turn, but what would he do in response? Is it worth giving all that resources up?
Well, you don't know this as Jamie, but you have seen a Lightning Press already. That might be another thing you're worried about. But we do see that he's going to block with 2 pieces of equipment. And, of course, the Fate Foreseen is going to bump it to 6, which should end the turn. Yep, Matt just going to Arsenal and pass. Jamie left with 2 cards in hand. Going to probably just swing the hammer and Arsenal one of them.
Titan's Fist doesn't seem that bad, honestly.
It seems like it's doing its job, right? Yeah.
Coming in for 4.
And the shield also doing its job. Yep, coming in for 4. Yep.
A little bit easier to get on that trigger than the Anathos.
We still don't have our channel Mount Heroic on Matt's side of the field. I can see his hand, and a channel just isn't there. A Force of Nature is, though, and that might be enough.
Okay.
Because we also have the Earth Fuse, but what attacks do we have? I think just the Command and Conquer and Arsenal.
I mean, that's still big. It won't, if we can get another attack action out and go again, that'd be cool. Looking through his graveyard, maybe seeing what options he has left.
I think he's probably looking like, where in the world are these channel Mount Heroics?
I hope he didn't accidentally side them out. Oh, no, there's one.
Yeah, it's the one. Yeah, that's exactly what he's just like, I cannot find these channel Mount Heroics to save my life.
You know, it kind of makes you think, what is the Plume of Evergrowth?
He's setting up. Yep, he's going to play the Pulse of Pulse of Candlehold. Gonna put an attack action and non-attack action back on top of his deck.
Making a lightning token.
Does get you the lightning token. I think that's what we were going for. And then the Command and Conquer.
For 7 right now?
7. And here's the thing: if Jamie decides to block exactly 7, Matt can crack the
Amulet of
the
Earth.
amulet as like kind of like an attack reaction. And I think we are blocking exactly 7 here. This could be something that maybe Jamie hasn't seen.
Alright. Cracks the Amulet of Earth.
Going up to 8. Gonna hit for 1. Gonna crack. I don't know. Oh, and there's the channel Mount Heroic. Does he play it this turn?
Wouldn't have an arsenal, but with the 2 resources floating.
Oh, I would have known he put the... He obviously gets the channel Mount Heroic, right?
Right.
He put it on top. That part slipped my mind. But, I mean, yeah, he finally finds another one. And he's not going to play it this turn. Just going to swing Rosetta Thorn for that good old 2-2. Brandon asking, I've been out of the loop for a bit. What decks do you both think are going to be contenders in the next format? What do you think, Fess? I'll let you answer first.
I think, don't get me wrong, I think, for real, Fi's got some potential.
Fi? Okay.
I think the way that you can just set up chain links and get Rupture without even, like, really interaction from your opponent, not even mattering, with when it comes to Icelander and Oldhim, that's where it's going to get a bit difficult, getting those frostbites. But on the aggressive side, I think we could definitely see Fi beating maybe this Briar.
You think Fi would actually can outpace Briar? Maybe. I think it really just comes down to like we said before, and then Channel Mount Heroic with the Force of Nature that he put back on top of his deck, with the Channel Mount Heroic going to get a embodiment of Lightning token. Oh, we decided to take it back. Takes these backsies.
Started playing a little fast to.
They've been playing at a really good pace for as defensive as Jamie's been playing. The other thing I would, so if I was going to answer that question, what decks do I think will be good? I think Briar and Viserai are both really poised to do well. I think Prism is going to hold her spot in tier 1. But she is a little meta dependent. She does kind of like not do so great against the 2 decks I just said will do well. But that being said, I think she's able to free up a lot of her deck for the not Starvo matchup.
Right.
And the not Chain matchup. Those 2 decks were very not good for her. Having to like basically fill the deck up with defense reactions, and I think she might be able to go a little bit more Herald, a little bit more aggro, maybe play the Vestige of Soul again, maybe play a more tome, aggro combo,
an illusionist.
Yeah, exactly, and not just this jam the board up with auras and kind of hope to get there.
Yeah.
That being said, let's go back to this crazy turn. We have a Force of Nature, a Channel Mount Heroic, get the Embodiment of Lightning into an Exude Confidence for 8. Jamie actually able to block it with a card that lets him get over the Exude Confidence effect. That is a Crippling Crush, which blocks the 11, so that is higher than the 8 than Exude Confidence. So he will be able to activate instants and defense reactions should he choose to at any point in his turn. That's kind of the weird thing about playing Exude Confidence against Guardian, is they can do exactly this. Is they can actually get over the Exude Confidence buff and still play their defense reactions.
As if nothing happened.
And Jamie's still left with a card in Arsenal. Matt does get to keep the Channel Mount Heroic for a turn, but Jamie is going to give him a turn to actually use it, because what I was thinking is maybe it's a little too late because he's at 10 life, but now that Jamie's still not threatening lethal or anywhere close to it.
He gets an extra turn.
Though, no, but it's not in Nothos. In my head, I was like, he could get pummeled. Pummel for 10. But again, it's not in Nothos, so I don't think that's going to happen.
He's blocked quite a few triggers with the shield, so I think it's definitely put in its own worth.
I think the shield has been quite the card. Very good.
It's weird seeing shield without crown. But
unfortunately, this Ravenous Rabble is going to go down by 3 because he revealed the Tome of Harvest off the top, which is a blue card. Then it goes right back up to 3, or right back up 3 from the Channel Mount Heroic. So 5 go again. This is going to have to be a really big turn for Matt. He's going to have to get Jamie pretty low here, I think, in order to really catch back up in this game. Being down by what looks to be 17 life, it's a lot to come back from. He's gonna need to like really. This turn has to be a good turn, and so far it has been.
He's got to take a lot of his cards at least.
Yeah, right now 6 dominate. Jamie does not have enough equipment to use a 4 block plus equipment. He needs to have a bigger defense reaction to stop this. That's where maybe knowing that the Ravenous Rabble had go again, maybe you hold on to the shield, because then you could shield chest and use the sink below in hand. But you have to like kind of like, is that really what's coming? But Ravenous Rabble being just damage, maybe I would have held it.
That's where it's really apparent. Where, if it's just damage, is it even worth a concern? Like, you really just want to block the triggers, right?
Yeah, a lot of times, if it's just damage and you're so high up in life, then it's not too bad. Brandon Lauren asking how many players today. We actually have 9 today, which is a magical number. Why is it a magical number? Because that means we have 4 rounds cut to top 4. I love it. We're going to have 4 great rounds. This is such a unique format. I actually took a list. I'm missing one hero, but I can give you the hero breakdown of what's out there. -1 for whatever reason. I don't know how I missed one, but I'll go back out and find the 9th player. But we have 2 Katsu, a Rhinar, a Bravo, a Viserai, a Kano, a Prism, and a Briar.
pretty even field.
Yeah, the only double up what there is Katsu.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really interesting format. You know, Katsu might actually be really good coming up in the next format too. We haven't really talked about him too much, but
The ability to trigger your own Shukos is pretty cool.
yeah, absolutely.
Combo grab, attack 2 power, and you're set.
What is this card? Someone tell me. I think it's called Life of the Party, but I don't even remember what it does. I'm gonna have to.
You have to look at, the Google image search. I want to say it's definitely an Everfest card. It looks festive enough, I'd say.
I just haven't seen anyone play it. Like, I've seen the card, but I don't even like. I remember reading it.
Would like to get his thoughts on why playing that over maybe like a Nimbalism, or because it seems like it's playing for the same effect.
It's not Life of the Party. It's the other one. It's like Party Crashing or something like that.
I could definitely do a search on that.
So we have Disable Jamie's side of the field. Now this is actually threatening lethal. So now Matt is in a precarious spot where he actually has to give up cards in his hand. You don't want to be here as the Briar player. You don't have your Channel Mount Heroic up. You don't have a lot of cards that you're willing to give up. You do have a Tome of Harvest. So that being said, you could still refresh your hand quite a bit. Now, Tome of Harvest is a little bit of a net zero. You give up your Arsenal card. You give up your you have to pitch a blue typically, and you have to play the cards. So you give up 3 cards, but you draw 3 cards. The one thing it does do is it refreshes your hand if it's not great. It puts another card in your hand that was in your arsenal, so you might be able to fuse. And it also is half of an embodiment of lightning as well.
This is probably his last big turn, let's be honest, because I think Jamie might turn on the aggressive here.
Well, yeah, I mean, at this point, he just has the cheeky sigil go up to 20. It is now 20-1. And really, Jamie is any Bravo-dominated attack away from just winning the game.
If Matt can't output 20 plus 12 damage, he is not coming back from this one.
Yeah, this has to be quite a wild turn. So we're going to see the Bramble Spark fuse with the Tome of Harvest into the Coax of Commotion. Coax of Commotion coming in for what I believe is now 6. I think that is a yellow Bramble. No, it is a red Bramble. Coming in for 7 damage and an Arcane.
Okay. Big things.
We're doing things. we're doing things and stuff.
Popping the lightning token he created, correct?
Yep. But he's able to make another one should he get to it. I think he's going to have to break the chain, play the Tome of Harvest.
This would let Jamie block a second time with his shield for 2 if he uses it here.
Yeah, and right now he doesn't have to because he's going to block with the Spinal Crush.
Doesn't seem like Jamie wants a card.
Nope. Matt's going to actually break the chain, play a Nimbalism, buffing his next card that costs 1 or less by 3, but it does give him the second embodiment of lightning that he didn't have before. However, I don't really see a card.
Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Ravenous Rabble revealing what I believe is a red, so it's going to be 7 damage again. These turns haven't been the worst from Matt. We just haven't really seen that super big go-off turn with the Channel Mount Heroic where they draw a bunch of cards, and it's just been kind of like didn't really line up the way he probably wanted it to.
This is this attack. Create a Rune Chant and
yeah, so it's going to be 1, 2, and 2. I think Jamie's going to take all of it. I think he has the dominated attack in his hand, or at least the cards to pitch for it, maybe in his arsenal.
Do we know anything of his arsenal?
I don't know the arsenal yet. I do know he had a Seismic Surge token, so it's going to cost 1 less.
It's choosing to attack with hammer. Interesting.
Does not have the Bravo.
But
unfortunate. I didn't even catch that. That is a good look, Tom. Unfortunate on Matt's side of the field. You have to be careful when you're scooping up your cards. I usually try to keep my auras somewhere that's not where my like actual attacks are, but yeah.
Second weapon slot.
Something that happens there. Unfortunate. However, this game is not over yet. Jamie did block down to where the only thing he could do is a weapon swing. Matt is getting another turn, starting with an E-Strike. He's going to pick Go again.
Really closing closing the tide on this one. I didn't think we'd get down to 1 in 10.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Jamie was gonna kind of win this pretty handedly. I mean, he's still pretty far away from losing, but oh, and then a snatch. That is cute. Wolverine 0216 saying, Jamie Grantham? Yeah, that is Jamie on the right hand side. Wolverine, thanks for coming out, watching the stream. It's awesome, man. Welcome.
I think Jamie still has the block strategy. Matt has to give up a card every turn with a hammer swing. And Jamie just letting the damage leak for now.
Yeah, just coming for another 4. Not really able to close out the game. I think not having the dominated attack a turn ago when he went down to 10, he put yourself in your own precarious position. Right. Now you're the one who's having to stave off lethal, giving Matt extra turns, chip in more damage.
If he can't get a dominated attack pretty soon through, this might be in Matt's favor.
Yeah, the worst part is, though, I would say, is that unfortunately Matt's gonna have to give up 2 cards every turn, even if it's just a hammer swing, and 2 cards every turn to a Briar player is unfortunate. Now
that is my error. I thought that was coming in for 3. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, he does have the embodiment of Earth, so if he ever has like a natural 3 block non-attack action, he could give up 1 card, but I believe Sonata is only a 2 block, so no matter what, he does have to give up 2 cards here. Out of armor. And yeah, so Jamie's just gonna, draw up. He sent the 4 at Matt.
Matt can't have too many cards left in his
Matt
deck.
needs a huge Sonata Arcanix here. He does hit, so he's gonna pick up the Autumn's Touch. Coming in for 1 Arcane. And Jamie's gonna decide to pitch for it. Jamie's really playing conservatively here. Not wanting to give away the game, playing not to lose, which we'll see if that pays off for him.
I mean, you got to run out of arrows eventually.
Unfortunately for Jamie, that is not an Azalea on the other side of the table. That is quite often my thought process playing against any of the Rangers. Like, they will run out of arrows if I just keep blocking here at some point.
Just go pick them up off the ground.
So Jamie able to use those extra resources very efficiently. Going to pitch 1 into the shield and pitch another 1 into the last Arcane. That eats up all 3 resources. And then we see Rosetta for 2 and 2. Going to pitch and actually take the 2 physical. Now it's 7 to 1. Jamie has 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. And we're just going to see another weapon swing for 4.
What is in the arsenal?
I have no idea. However, the one of the cards in Matt's hand does not block. It's an Amulet of Earth. I see an Amulet of Earth, a Snatch, an Autumn's Touch, and a Earthlore Surge.
You know what? This is probably what Jamie was going for. He's figured it out that there's got to be some cards in his hand that aren't going to block, and he's going to get to them eventually. Sorry. And this might be showing.
Yeah, the Lightning Surge coming in for 4 with the Amulet of Earth on the field. I don't know if Matt is ever going to get another chance to fuse, but you definitely don't want to put that back in your deck in case you have to block with it. And I think this might be it in the sense that if Matt doesn't have
he would draw a card, arsenal it, and then Jamie just takes the dip.
Was that from Arsenal? Had to be.
No.
Yeah, it was from Arsenal. Those last 2 cards in hand were the
Correct.
Amulet and the Snatch. So
Correct.
I did have go again. Fortunately, Jamie has a Sigil in hand and a Rouse the Ancients. Rouse the Ancients only blocking for 2. And Jamie just going to keep both cards in hand. Does he have the closeout here?
Saying that it doesn't matter maybe because as long as he can take maybe 3 cards out of hand, there's not much he can do.
No, just another 4 damage coming in.
Keeping the Sigil as
here is what is very interesting. Matt has a Lightning Surge in hand.
Oh.
Or I'm sorry, a lightning press.
Press.
But does he have the? What did he arsenal last turn? Was it an attack that can actually use the lightning press? Because
It was snatch draw, correct?
yeah, I believe so. So the other thing is that the lightning press, the only other attack I see in Matt's hand is a pursuit of knowledge, which you cannot lightning press.
It's coming down to the wire still, but maybe we can actually see this Amulet of Earth come in again as that attack reaction to boost it. What was the Command and Conquer went over to 1?
Yeah, but he's gonna need to fuse, and I just don't know if he's gonna be able to keep enough cards in his hand. And I don't even know if he has a fusion card with him. I really don't know what that arsenal card is. I think it comes down to what that is. If that's an attack that's 1 or less in terms of resource cost, then that could be the game. Should Jamie not block efficiently?
Jamie's gonna display the sigil after this hammer, correct?
Oh, that is true as well. So that is gonna not put Jamie back up to 6, kind of keeping him out of that reach for lightning press.
Having to give it the 2 cards.
This has been a wonderful round 1. Oh, it was a sigil, and he has another sigil. The card that was in his arsenal this whole time was a sigil.
Oh.
And now he has another sigil. Jamie playing the long game out here.
Wow.
He's just gonna arsenal past. It's back to Matt.
So he knew he was always good.
I think Matt needs to draw his hand. Oh no. That was, sorry, we haven't gotten to Matt's turn. The card in arsenal is a Bramble Spark. So Matt actually has no attacks in his hand right now. If Matt just comes in with Rosetta, which he kind of has to keep on pressure, I don't like his chances. Jamie just has to dominate anything, pummel anything.
And this is, I think, maybe the turn Jamie was looking for, where all he was coming in with was Rosetta.
I will say, Matt threatened a Razor Reflex earlier, but we're staying out of range of that. Jamie saying, I can pitch a blue here, no worries, no problem.
Jamie's looking like he's got...
We're going to pitch for Bravo, and it's going to be a choke slam with Dominate, and that will be the game. Jamie will take it, takes round 1, goes to 1-0. Briar is at 0-1. Matt saying, I could not find these Mount Heroics to save my life. And Jamie will move to 1-0. Matt goes down to 0-1, but it is not over yet. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss for you. And we will be right back with the next round. What a great game, though. That was awesome from our players. Very excited for this match, for this tournament. Aren't you, Fest? This is a fun form.
Crazy.
1 week only. Where else are you getting this? Where else?
Not in the U.S.
Share the stream.
Let's go.
Get it around. Let's get up to double-digit viewers.
Woo!
All right, we will be right back, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Be sure to like and follow if you haven't already. We are here every single Saturday bringing you locals, bringing you big tournaments, providing awesome commentary. Me and Fest can't always make it, but he's here today.
Yeah.
And I'll be here every Saturday bringing you guys as best commentary that I can provide. So make sure you drop those follows, make sure you drop those subs and all that good stuff. And if anything, share it around somewhere and just hang out, talk and chat. It's been awesome. We will see you guys at the start of round number 2. All right, welcome back to round number 2 here at the Haven in our weird, wacky format that only exists in the U.S. for 1 week by popular demand. Exactly one person, which is Tom. We did bring Katsu on stream, but we do have another Rune Blade. We have Viserai versus Katsu. It's a little bit of old school, you know. If Creepers wasn't on the field, you would almost
like we were back in the past.
Yeah, exactly. Creepers and Rosetta Thorn and all that good stuff. Brandon asking for a dash. Unfortunately, we don't have any. No dash showed up today, unfortunately.
The card from last game, though, was Smashing Good Time that we weren't able to tell you on stream.
I know that card is not a very common card. It says draw card. I don't remember the name of it.
That's on field right now.
It is an old card. It's from Arcane Rising.
If it says draw a card, it's got to be good.
It says draw a card. That's great. It comes in for 3. He's going to block with a Rising Knee Thrust, which also blocks for 3. Interesting the part of Katsu. If you haven't seen a lot of Katsu, which I'm sure almost everyone here has seen a lot of Katsu, but almost all of the combo cards block for 3, but then all of the like starters, like your Surging Strike,
Anything
Leg
with
Tap,
Go again.
yeah, usually has 2 defense.
It's going to see interesting. I see that he's got the No Ring Gloves opting out on the +1 on the attack reaction for, what was that,
losing out on the breaking scales. Breaking scales, giving something +1, a card with combo +1. We're going with the Null Rune Gloves. Obviously, Viserai. Viserai does a lot of arcane damage. However, it's all usually 1 pings, just like other Rune Blades. So, just 1 instance of Arcane Barrier will be enough to block all of that arcane. So, we see Alex is actually already going to give up his chess piece. Maybe he sees a hand where he's going to use it next turn. Blocking the second attack is usually very strong because it lets you turn off Mask. It's
right.
You're breaking the chain in a sense that like Mask needs to have 3 attacks in a row hit.
They're having to restart that whole process. Going in with
and then a tempo,
Torrent of Tempo.
Torrent of Tempo. Again, I haven't gotta get back into streaming a little bit. So Torrent of Tempo coming in for 5. If it hits, it does have Go Again. Very strong card out of Ninja. Does hit, so now he has 2 hits in a row. If he could somehow get another card in, maybe he was able to draw off Mask, keep going. But he's going to choose to Arsenal his last card instead.
Probably not an attack to add Go Again, so didn't really see the point there.
Right, just damage, get an unknown card, maybe not so great. I did see a Mugenshi release in Vincent's hand. And Alex actually starting with a Mordred Tide, and so maybe that's where he sees the line with the chess piece.
Popping it, granting him 2 rune chance, correct?
Chess piece grants you 2 resources, actually. Then the Mavrian Skies, if he was Briar, he'd have an alignment of lightning right now.
Some things never change.
Mavrian Skies in the yellow will give the next rune. Oh, and he actually is playing the the Shard, Arknight Shard.
Wow.
Pitching for Arknight Shard while under Mavrian Sky is going to actually create 2 more. Then playing, this is a insane turn from Alex. Arknight Shard, Mavrian Skies.
Slow score from?
No, the other non-attack that he played, the one that creates more.
Mavrian Sky.
No.
Mordred Tide.
Mordred Tide. So many rune chants just going to be flying around.
My apologies.
But the Shrill Skull form, really cool. If you've created an aura, which Alex has created many at this point, it's going to get a buff. It goes from a 2 attack or 3 attack to a 5 attack, or a 2 attack to a 5 attack.
Yes.
So he's going to take the rune chants. Vincent is going to take the 3 damage from the arcane. Ryan from Adventure Company Gaming saying, "Sup boys," with a frog emote. Hey Ryan, man. Wish you were here, man. Glad you're getting your swole on at the gym though. That's awesome. But now we have the 5 damage Shrill coming in. Does have Go Again. Would create more rune chants from the Mavrian Skies, but Vincent having none of it. Gonna block with 2 cards.
Rune Flash?
Rune Flash. Costs 1 less for each rune chant you have. Alex did have 4, so it's gonna be a free attack. 4 damage Go Again with another 4 rune chants coming in. Vincent says, "I'll take the arcane, that's fine." And then the Rune Flash is just damage as well. So now we're just going to take that. And then with the 1 floating with the infamous 2, 2, and 2 as opposed to 1, 2, and 2 from a Rosetta Thorn. That was a good enough reason, I think, to keep that hand.
Yeah, I mean, he said, I won't let you get the mass trigger. I'll give it my armor early. But definitely,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
that's what Viserai can put out every
That was Alex's second turn, by the way. And his first turn was not very insane.
Yeah, it was,
So
man.
Vincent went from like basically 40 to 23 in one turn.
Going up on Tunic, and then E-Strike, I'm assuming, go again.
Yeah, I think we are going to pick go again. Oh, no, I think we got 2 dice. I think we're coming in for 7.
Even bigger than... No, we'd have to Snapdragon this, or Razor Reflex, correct?
That's if he chooses to keep going. He still only has the 1 card in Arsenal, so he might just be holding on to it, you know. Doesn't want to, like, force anything that doesn't feel good. Maybe it's just maybe it's a combo piece. Maybe that's a Whelming Gust Wave. Maybe that's a Mugenshi release or something like that. And
He's just trying to build up to it.
Yeah, we do see the Flick Flack in hand. So Flick Flack is a very strong card. Gives us cards with combo an extra point of defense. 2 points.
2.
2, yeah, extra 2 defense. Yeah, you're not pretty versed in that card, are you? Played Ninja forever, but he's like, what's blocking?
You got to get the damage out. Oh, what are we doing here? Passing after... Yeah, you were right. Just a +2 on the E-Strike.
Yeah, and then Alex is going to come in with the 4 damage and go again from the other new card. Why? I am not doing well with Everfest card.
Gloomveil.
Swarming
Gloomveil.
Gloomveil.
Yeah.
We're a team.
We are.
And the Flick Flack actually coming in clutch there. Going to give the next, blocking that Swarming Gloomveil for 1. Alex actually going to use the Rattlebones. Going to grab something from the grave. Probably the Swarming Gloomveil again.
Oh my goodness.
That is a strong play. Going to play the Swarming Gloomveil for go again with 4 Arcane. So it's 4 physical, 4 Arcane.
Then the Arcane can be blocked in this instance. Is this correct?
Yep, and yeah, because for the non-blockable Arcane to happen, the Swarming Gloomveil has to hit.
Okay.
Yeah, so it didn't hit last time. It did hit this time. Well, the Arcane hit this time, so it's going to be 4 damage from the Swarming Gloomveil. I'm going to block with the Hurricane Technique. The Hurricane Technique is blocking for 4 due to the previous Flick Flack. So he's going to cover that up. Now we're coming in for 2, 2, and 2 again.
Yeah,
This is filthy. Alex just putting on all the pressure. You would see. So after watching Briar and then watching what Viserai has been able to do these last 2 turns, it feels like Viserai is just faster. And I won't say more consistent. It's been exactly 2 turns.
That's
so,
fair.
but just faster. Everything's felt like I don't need this extra card in my hand. I don't need this aura on the field called Channel
I've seen him like Arsenal at all.
Yeah. We do see him block the Torrent of Tempo this time with 2 cards. He only has 2 cards in hand. I guess he's going to take a turn off. Maybe have a setup turn here. He does have a Sonata in hand. He's going to play that Sonata, not pitching anything into it. Only had another red in hand. We do get an attack and a non-attack. I really like that. Oh, what is that attack from Alex?
I'm searching it.
It is from Arcane. I know it draws a card. It is a Drawn to the Dark Dimension, a throwback. And it just says draw a card, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Drawn to the Dark Dimension costs 1 less for each rune chant you control and draw a card. The fact that he's playing 3 of them is awesome, and I think it's kind of ingenious. You know, you haven't really seen that card played too much, but you pair it with a Mavrian Skies. The one drawback it had is not having go again. Has go again now.
Tom's saying Viz is faster than Briar. Would you agree on that, AJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's been painfully obvious.
Yeah. we're gonna get into this, interesting new format where he can probably keep up. You think, right?
Yeah, it just can't go as wide. Yeah, I think if you were to pit these 2 heroes against each other, if you were to pit Briar and Viserai, Briar's hoping that at some point in like the 4 turns she gets with a full hand, maybe just 4 might be generous. You're hoping that you hit the Channel Mount Heroic on the field with a Force of Nature, do these huge wide turns where you're just drawing, hitting, to kind of like just have that turn that swings it in your favor. But unfortunately, like, I think Viscera is more consistent. Every hand like feels like it does something.
Until you get that hand that's for attack action.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of the Runeblade problem in general, right?
Non-attack action is my fault.
Yeah, Briar can do the same thing. You're just like, oh, potatoes.
Make a rune check. Arsenal pass.
And then, so Vincent on his side, he is trying to keep up in this game. He is going to play a Command and Conquer.
So very more mid-range ninja deck, I'd say, that put it on pressure with this Command and Conquer.
Yeah, he is blocking a lot, but I think he kind of has to, right? If he hadn't been blocking, Alex would have gotten so much value out of those Mavrian Skies. The Mavrian Skies would have created so many more rune chants, so much more to deal with, dropping him even lower in life. He hasn't really been blocking the rune chants too much. Alex actually going to take that Command and Conquer, lose the Rune Flash? I think that's what happened. I wasn't looking at the screen. I was explaining my point. A lead the charge, an interesting tech there. I think that's a yellow one, so anything that costs 1 or more should have go again from here. Interesting note, if you don't know, which I know a lot of you do know, is that, oh, we actually found the Arknight shard. I guess shuffling from Sonato is actually beneficial. That being said, anything that references a cost typically looks at the printed cost. So even if it's something that's reduced by the amount of rune chants, it's going to look at that printed cost and see, like, does this... It's going to check that to see if it actually applies its effect.
That's why the ninth blade of the ninth of the Dark Oath.
Ninth blade of the Blood Oath.
Of the Blood Oath, that can never go past 0. It can never cost.
Right. Meet and greet gets go again from hitting Arcane. So Alex did pitch for this meet and greet, so I don't think, so he hasn't done any Arcane yet, but he does have the extra action point from the lead the charge.
Which is gonna definitely come in handy with, I think, another Sword Swing?
Yeah, I think that's all we're gonna see. The only other card in Alex's hand is a Mavrian Skies, which I can't see him playing for any reason. He's just gonna Arsenal it and probably Sword for 2 and 2. The meet and greet did hit, so he's gonna get an extra rune chant. So we are gonna Sword for 2, 2, and 3. 3 Arcane, 2 Arcane, and 2 Physical. 7 damage from a 1 resource attack. Why not? You know, that seems fair.
They really should have made it cost 2, because then it'd be 2, 2, 2, 2.
They should have made it elemental. If you ask me, Viscera shouldn't be holding a tree branch.
It's fair enough. I can't even argue with that. Who was our third? Oh, we had Lexi. She got Voltaire. That's what.
Yeah, Voltaire. Both of hers were elemental. Voltaire and Shiver.
Yeah.
The only one that would follow a similar pattern is Oldhim. Oldhim would also be a normal guardian weapon and then a elemental guardian weapon. So, or no, I don't even think it's elemental. I think it's specifically a frost guardian weapon. Pretty sure.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Specific to him.
Yeah.
I guess we'll miss it.
Him and Starvo, who's not here today. This format should have existed in the past.
The witch is dead. The witch is dead.
We're having too much fun over here.
I'm sorry.
Vincent actually going to razor this Kodachi. An interesting play there, which is going to make the Kodachi actually count as hitting. Should Alex not do anything else? I don't know if he has anything else he can do.
Definitely, idea to think about. You know, you gave up the helmet. It's okay. It
gave up the helmet and then a Soul Bead Strike. Soul Bead Strike, if it hits, it gains go again. That's a double whammy. So it'll gain go again, and Vincent will draw a card. So this could keep going. This is I don't know. This is a gamble. You could gamble here. You're ahead. You could let it hit, which Alex is doing. It's gonna have go again. Vincent's gonna draw. He does draw a Command and Conquer. Unfortunately, he can't Katsu because the Command and Conquer costs 2, but it does lead to an Arsenal. So it's an Arsenal card we didn't have. However, Alex is now at 10. Vincent's at 8. We're going into Alex's turn. Alex is probably gonna have some pressure. Full card hand, full card hand.
And Arsenal.
And an Arsenal. Now Arsenal we knew was Mavrian Skies from last turn. Mavrian Skies giving the next attack go again. If it hits, going to generate some amount of rune chance based on its color.
A Rune Flash. We're going to
We're gonna pitch 2 reds. Alex was thinking about using this. That's why he was thinking on the Razor Reflex. He was thinking about it for that reduced rune chant. But we have the Spellblade Assault. Spellblade Assault is gonna have Go Again from the Mauvrian Sky. It's gonna create 2 additional rune chants, so we have 3 now. And now it's coming in for what I believe is 4. Most people play. Well, it depends. Most people either play the blue or the reds in Viserai.
Definitely looks like
I think it might be a blue because I think Vincent's just going to block with 1 card, which is a leg tap, which is one of the strongest cards in Katsu.
1 for 4 with Go Again.
1 for 4 with Go Again.
Starts.
Oh, he helped us. He was like, oh, yeah. I need to see how much this is worth. Oh, Brandon, I didn't see your comment so long ago. Sorry. Alex knows exactly what Katsu's trying to do. He's played the deck in the past. 100% agree. And if you want to, you guys should watch as much of these streams as possible because you'll see all these decks week in and week out. You'll be just as versed. We did see a Revel, which in my opinion is the most unfair card in the game. Just says create 4 rune chants, but you have to already have played an attack and a non-attack.
People were playing it just for the the attack action cause in Briar.
Yeah, exactly. Just to get the lightning embodiment. But we see Alex now has 8 rune chants and a sword doing 2 and 2. How do you not think this deck is going to be a contender in the next format? I think Viserai is not even low-key. I think Viserai is going to fight for that tier 1 spot coming up in the next format.
It's very apparent that it's not looking good for the Katsu player here.
I'm going to look up something. Mauvrian Skies.
It's a tough decision. Honestly, I think his best decision is possibly to attempt to play for the rune chance and take the physical here.
Yeah, that's one thing it could do. Another thing, I was looking at Mauvrian Skies, right? And another reason I think this deck's actually going to do really well in the next format, they can Mauvrian Skies that draw into the Dark Dimension that hits for 3, give it Go Again, draw a card, hit a dragon.
Creates a rune chant, sorry, right?
Yeah, off of Viserai. But like my thing is, they hit a dragon with it, kill the dragon, create more rune chants from the Mauvrian Skies because it says if it hits.
True.
Now you have more. You barely felt like you lost anything because it drew a card.
And you gained.
And you gain more rune chants. This is insane. I think Viserai is very good in the next format, and I think Vincent, looking at how much damage is coming through, I don't know if he has the resources to block enough to even stay alive here. He needs some blues in hand.
I saw a Lord of Wind, I believe.
Maybe that's the card under his hand, under his right hand right now.
That's possibly it. Still under his arsenal. It was a Command and Conquer, right?
It is a Command and Conquer, so maybe he's looking to say, like, I need to, like, still put on pressure coming up on the next turn. But Alex actually still has, his gloves are completely intact. He still has the Spellbound Creepers should he choose to block with it. He is winning, so he won't have the extra block from the helmet.
And if anything, he can just take the 6 anyways.
Yeah, if he wanted to go to 4, he's able to put on as much pressure as he's been putting on. It's not even a question.
Yeah. He takes it.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Vincent's going to give up his mask and go to 1.
And that's a tip. I mean, he does have the Arcane Barrier still, but that's just not a place you want to, it doesn't feel good to be.
No, and I really am just, I don't know if he has enough to, like, really keep on as much pressure as he wants. I think I see a Revel in Alex's hand. I think I see a Mauvrian Skies. I see an Amplify the Arc Knight. I think if you're Alex, no mask threat, no threatening mask.
I see fire.
Yeah, I think we're not even gonna. He might not even pick up his hand again, to block.
Tough, difficult situation to be in. We could see the Command and Conquer in, and that would then, warrant Grasp at least.
Tom saying the real challenge for Vis will be, I was like, tangy. Tastes good. I don't know. It will be tanky Oldhim. Let's hope the Illusionist keeps Oldhim in check. I'll tell you this, in the games that I played, both Illusionists, including Dromai, have no problem with Oldhim. He may win a game here and there off of them, but I think if Dromai is popular, and she might just be because of
New.
and dragons and waifu and like she might be able to keep Oldhim in check, keeping him kind of out of the meta. We know that a lot of people are looking to Oldhim to slow down Fi and to slow down the Rune Blades, so it's going to be really interesting. And then you throw in the wild card that is the Wizards.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do with Iyslander? It's going to be a wild West format, I think.
You saw what the Wizards did at ProQuest. Pro Tour.
Yeah, oh yeah. The Wizards came out of nowhere and were able to just put on enough pressure, take a lot of games that I think people weren't expecting them to really take. Alex having to look at this Command and Conquer. He's thinking about blocking it, leaving his gloves intact even longer. He could just block with his gloves here, leaving him at 4 life. Or I'm sorry, taking 4, leaving him at 2 life. Interesting enough, I do want to see how Oldhim, or how the Wizards deal with like an Oldhim or a Brute. It feels like right now almost every class is viable.
I mean, that's the beauty of the beginning of a new format, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're just trying to figure out what works.
Yeah, we might not. A month from now, we may be like ruining that statement.
Hey, you remember what you said?
But this is like kind of like the best time, I think, to get into Flesh and Blood. You know, everything's kind of like up in the air. There's gonna be a lot of people figuring stuff out. There's teams everywhere testing.
I mean, Brute's made a comeback to itself. I think in Europe.
I think Tom just likes to quote me.
You're kind of quotable, AJ. Let's be honest. You be saying some good stuff. We got yep.
Oh, we actually gave up the Revel?
Interesting, right? Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that lets Vincent kind of like
A little comeback.
a little window, you know, a little window. And it's
Got the tunic.
just an amplify. Just an amplify. That doesn't feel good to me. That doesn't feel good at all. I think, I don't know, maybe we could have put on more pressure. I didn't see the rest of his hand. He did have Mauvrion Skies, did have a Revel. I don't know about that one.
I mean, I'm surprised because all he knew how to do was make the rune chant on the gloves and swing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
I
he does have the. Oh, he does have.
I didn't see the other card that he blocked with outside of Revel because he only had 2-card hand. But it's just really interesting to me that we chose Amplify. Like, just come in with Amplify. 6 damage. Eat a 6.
Would be cool to see some instants with the boots.
The one thing this does do, specifically against Katsu, is all your... we're looking to pick up Tunic and block with it, but all your combo cards, which are usually the bread and butter cards, so like the starters are good, they have Go Again typically, but the things that have effects are your combo cards, and they're the ones that block for 3. So now we're seeing a 2-card block with giving up Tunic. That was very relevant. It was on its 3rd counter, and we chose to give it up. We don't need the resource. We're going to see if we can just put on that pressure.
Hurricane, 100 wins.
100 wins. 3 damage, Go Again. I think it has combo, right? It says if you've played 100 wins, it buffs itself.
Correct.
Something along those lines. Vincent going all out, by the way. Full art 100 wins, or extended art 100 wins, I should say. Very cool looking, very awesome.
I like that treatment they've been doing to the cards.
Yeah, and now Vincent actually has a Snatch. This is probably one of the best cards you could have followed up with. However, is it enough to get Alex to block? We see the cards in Alex's hand as a Shrill, a Sonata, and a Mauvrion Skies. Now, the fact that Viserai gets to play 9 Mauvrion Skies kind of makes me, like, queasy. I think Mauvrion Skies is very good, especially with the creepers.
And the fact that it just works on your hero ability.
Because why not, right? Remember when Viserai was bad? And you guys can't see me, but I did really big air quotes. Remember when Viserai was bad? But we do have the Snatch. Does Alex want to give Vincent basically an arsenal? Vincent has no way to give this Go Again. We lost the Snapdragon Scalers quite a while ago. So we just have to choose... Oh, we're going to choose the gloves and the creepers. Don't need them.
Or we could see instant.
Yeah, we could see the creepers, get that, cheeky activation. He drew a Snatch. Snatch into Snatch. Is this the window? Is this the window? Giving him an arsenaled Snatch. Alex thinking about, am I going to activate creepers, after damage calc, but before the chain closes?
Right. Because if he could, get a Sonata, That would be one arcane coming through. Vincent would have to give up that snatch.
Oh, that is a great point that I didn't even think about. Should he choose to do that? But you run a huge risk if you whiff. If you whiff on that, which it looks like he did not whiff on it. Oh, but I think he might have. Like he would have had he done that.
Right.
So. Good for him not doing that. Because what I was saying is, if you whiff there, you give Vincent a full hand to finally do what he hasn't been able to do all game, which is wail on you.
And that's just scary.
Yeah, and he has the Surging Strike Whelming. That would have been a nasty turn. That definitely would have turned the tide of this game. But good on Vincent. Vincent has weathered the storm very well.
Very well. Going to 1 against Runeblade, scariest thing you could possibly ever do, right?
Yeah, going to 1, just staying alive, staying like clawing his way back, not scooping the cards up. This game's yours. You're gonna be able to create more rune chance than I can deal with.
Definitely in it for the win. Here.
You can just see Alex clutching. The hand's not there. Runeblade doing Runeblade things.
He knows that, however, due to the fact that he is on the Arcane Barrier 1, if he can at least just start sending some rune chances away, he's going to have to deal with those.
And we saw him pitch a Command and Conquer. So you know he has cards he doesn't want to give up.
Right. It's looking dicey in this one. Oh, man. I mean, let's be honest. Like, look at this state, right? You're at 4, he's at 1, and the last thing I think you want to do is swing your Rosetta Thorn. But it's what he might have to do.
Yeah, but it would just be a Rosetta Thorn for 2. Oh, but he's gonna make a Rune Chant, then probably swing Rosetta Thorn, so it's 1 and 2, and you're gonna give up 2 cards because you have to deal with it. Man, that puts Vincent in a horrible spot. He has no way to play the Surging Strike with, like, no way to have a card and go again.
Right.
The other card in his hand is an E-Strike. The only way that gets go again, you have to tuck a card underneath.
And then you still got the Snatch and Arsenal, which is probably going to be what we're going to see.
Oh yeah, we're going to threaten lethal. We have to.
I say what we go here is maybe swing with Kodachi, pitching the E-Strike, and then Snatch for 4.
Yeah, I agree. Giving up the creepers might have been a little loose. I do agree. Maybe it wasn't the time. We didn't need to do that. We could definitely threaten the lethal. Way more rune chance coming in. Get more cards out of hand. Now we're just going to see the Snatch come in on Vincent's side. We're going to see probably, I don't know, we might see a 1-card block, 2-card block. I don't think giving him another card really matters here. Other than, we just need to not die.
He's opting, it looks like, to Arsenal the E-Strike, possibly. Maybe just swing with the Snatch, get 1 card, and then Arsenal.
So it just comes down to, I think Alex, every time Alex is like, no, this isn't what I wanted to see.
I need more.
Alex has a couple buffs in hand. He does have the Amplify. He has a card in Arsenal. We're going to have to see exactly how does he choose to block. He's going to have to block. I was about to say, does he block? Well, obviously. Right. Otherwise he dies. But does he recognize that giving him an extra card right here maybe doesn't matter too much because he already has another card in hand to Arsenal anyway. Right. Really, you're just giving Vincent choice if you don't block it. So we are going to see the 2-card block. No draw a card. We're going to Arsenal that last card in hand. Draw back up. Alex is going to make a Rune Chant. These games have been phenomenal, by the way. Both games, I thought this game's over. And both players who fell early have found ways to just keep it close. Stay in the game. Keep it going. And I will say this. Vincent probably needs to find a very good turn next turn because this is a lifeline. A little. He still has to give up a card for the Rune Chant. He still has to probably give up 2 cards for the Spellblade Assault.
I think what's hopeful right here is that it's not like you're going against a Starvo where
The Dominate's gonna come in and you're just, I'm dead to rights. However,
or a chain even where like they're attacking for the 5th time that turn.
I will say this: all Alex has had to do this entire game, since Vincent's dropped a 1, is swing Rosetta Thorn with effect, and the game's over. Vincent has no way to block 2 Arcane, and Alex has not found a way to do it.
And that's probably why he's clutching that fist there, because he just needs an attack action and a go again.
I think he just, if he had kept the hand and somehow found a way to keep that Revel, and kept the creepers,
that would have been fair.
attack, creepers in a Revel, swing Rosetta Thorn, game.
If the Sonata Arcanix also comes back around, that might be another way out. Depending on how far he pitches into it, if he sees it.
Brandon saying, yes, very good matches so far. Yeah, I definitely think so. It's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun having you guys talk and chat to you. I love it. Love it so much. Share it around. Let's get this chat going, dude.
I want to be able to I want to have to try to keep up with everything.
I need to provide Tom more quotes.
Clip it, baby. We got
Clip it and ship it.
We got that E-Strike. And that's obviously coming in for
Yeah,
+2.
definitely coming in for 7 here. There is an argument, I think,
To draw?
to draw a card for the Arsenal that has kept you kind of alive here. However, because really, what does it do? If Alex goes up 2 cards and takes some damage, but he's able to just, again, swing Rosetta somehow. He does have 2 Rune Chants, which is kind of a danger zone area with reducing things. Yep, there's the 2 cards. And we'll see if Alex is able to do it. We're going to play a Rattlebones. Yep, this is going to do it right here. Rattlebones, get any go again attack, probably the Rune Flash. Oh, but the Rune Flash will... Oh, duh, Swarming Gloomveil. Swarming Gloomveil, and then Rosetta Thorn. That will be card game right there. He's going to have to block this. It comes in for 3 go again. We've only made 1 Rune Chant. So we're going to block 2 of the Rune Chants. Pump up the jam. All right.
Let's go. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun.
And then we see our good old friend Tree Branch win the game. How many
Yes.
times have we seen that?
Yeah,
Yep.
you can't.
1, 2, and 2. Unfortunately, not able to block the second form of Arcane. That should be a card game right there. That should be Alex winning the game off of Rosetta Thorn's 2 points of Arcane damage.
I gotta say, Vincent definitely
Yeah.
well-fought battle.
We are explaining, unfortunately, yep, Alex had to say, like, unfortunately, it's not 2 separate points of Arcane damage. It is 1 single hit of 2 Arcane damage, so you unfortunately only have 1 Arcane Barrier, so no matter what, this will hit through. You will take that last point of damage, and Alex will go on to 2-0.
2-0.
Vincent dropping to 1-1. Still respectable. Still 2 more rounds to go. Still a top 4 coming. This is awesome.
What are we gonna call this format?
I called it USA 1 week only. I don't know. It's just like,
Say 1 week.
do you remember like the pre-uprising post-chain Starvo week that like only the USA got?
It was something that.
It's awesome, and I love that you guys are along for the ride. Make sure you stick around, follow. I'm gonna throw it to the Be Right Back screen. Stream has been so much fun. It doesn't stop there. We have 2 more rounds, and this happens every Saturday. And then next Saturday, you know what you get to do? You get to watch me fumble around with Uprising cards. Oh look, Draconic Ninja. It's just a dude with fire every time. I have to figure that out.
This other dude with fire.
It's like I know what they all do, but the picture is just a dude with a sword and some fire most of the time.
At least you can tell the dragons apart, right?
I almost know all the dragons,
Oh, okay.
but you know, because I mean, Tom said it earlier, new dragon waifu, like that's easy for me. So I know all the. Though you know what's crazy? They're all made up names. I know all the effects and pretty much all the names by sight. How? Why am I this way? I don't know. That being said, we will throw it to the Be Right Back screen. Don't go anywhere. Round number 3 will be coming up shortly. Please share this around if you haven't already. Please tell your friends. This is a fun stream. We do it every Saturday, and we will be right back. Also, shop at the Haven. You have seen in chat. It's like about every 10 minutes or so, the bot will throw up the link to the haventabletop.com. If you use promo code AdventureCo! You get 10% off all Flesh and Blood singles, including, as soon as they go live, the singles for Uprising coming up. So be sure to use that promo code. It actually helps me out a lot. It shows that you guys are watching the stream. It shows that what we do here provides value, which it's provided a lot of value to me today. I've been having a lot of fun. But really use that, save you a bunch of money. The cards aren't marked up in any way to like offset the promo code. So you actually end up saving quite a bit of money on your singles. I was actually able to use it on I made sure it worked. I haven't pulled the trigger yet on a channel like Frigid, alternate art. And it did actually take the 10% off that too. So it works on some high ticket items as well. So I think it is all Flesh and Blood singles. So please use that promo code, and please stick around for round number 3 coming up very, very soon. And we will be right back.
All right, and we are back with the USA format 1 week. We've got Katsu, piloted by Josue, and Briar, by Matt Dispersion Glass. Dispersion Glass was on stream round 1. And we've got, I believe, Katsu going on the play. Looks like we're just going to do some bread and butter, Kadachi. Hey, we back, Brandalorian. Kadachi, I don't know if we're going to get a block here. Yeah, okay, yeah, it makes sense. We're going to not let that mass trigger happen. And I think we just follow up with an Arsenal, I'm going to be honest. Doesn't look like there's too much fire in Josue's hand. I see Lord of Wind, and a 100 Winds. We do got the Razor. I don't know if he wants to use it here in response. So if he does, it's at least going to make Matt on the back foot for maybe a mass trigger. But not sure. He's definitely thinking about it, putting some thought. Looks like he's gonna play it. Yep, and we're gonna play it. Goes to 4, leaks through 3 damage. We've got 2 attacks that have hit, and followed up by the 100 Winds. I think this is blue, so this is just for 1 coming through. I believe Matt blocks this. No problem. No, takes the 1, lets the mass trigger happen. Matt seems to like the hand he's got. Okay, alright, I'm feeling good. I mean, it's turn 1. Let's see what magic we can make happen. Don't think that was a... I'm not too certain what that card is. Something from the lands. I think that has an effect when played from Arsenal. But it might have go again, not too sure. Using the yeah, I'm not too sure what card that is. I gotta be honest. I know it let him grab the 100 Winds off the top. Well, Sway going for maximum damage this turn 1. Matt, pretty not really sure. I guess you know what's gone through here because it looks like Matt wanted to keep his hand, but that's not gonna happen. And Josue arsenaling 100 Winds. But a pretty rampant first turn, actually.
No. I am back. How's everyone doing? Where are we at? 40 to 36, going into Matt's turn.
We had a pretty powerful turn 1 from Josue. Looks like he kind of just made something out of nothing with Razored Kadachi on the second hit.
I mean, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome. I liked Josue. If you guys don't know, you can clearly see through his armor. I mean, honestly, the chest piece is an iron rot chest piece. I'm pretty sure he would obviously be playing Tunic should he have it. But Josue is one of our newer players, actually doing really well. Mm-hmm. He's able to get himself, a lot of the equipment he needs, a lot of the cards he needs. But maybe the deck's just not quite as optimized yet. But he's able to work a lot with like what he has so far. Really wanted to show, one of our newer players on stream, give him something to watch, later. Maybe see some points where he can improve his game, do stuff like that. So, super excited to have him on stream and see what he can do.
He's definitely given Matt the work for his money on that first turn because Matt definitely wanted to keep that hand. I think I saw an E-Strike, and it was, I forgot what else he gave up, but definitely something that Matt wanted to hold on to.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
And being met back with a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, and unfortunately he's not able to. If he had the combo card, he would maybe be able to block with like the Iron Rot and a combo card. unfortunately just maybe didn't have it or wanted to keep it.
I think it was a 100 wins that we had in Arsenal that we lost there on Josue's side.
Yeah, we did lose that 100 wins. Now, in our hand, we have a Salt the Wound. We have a Rising Knee Thrust, and I can't quite make out that last card.
Is that the Twisters or no? That's Assault, I think.
Oh, it's a Razor Reflex.
Oh.
Yeah, so he has a Razor Reflex, a Rising Knee Thrust, and Assault the Wind. Something that he's going to have to kind of deal with is exactly like, you know, you don't really have a way to, like, the Assault the Wound's kind of dead until you play it in, like, a higher chain link. So maybe he can, like, pitch the Rising Knee Thrust for a Kodachi into Assault the Wound, something like that. Just something to, like, I don't want to say, like, you could do something very not great, too. You could, Kodachi pitching the Rising Knee Thrust, or actually just going to pitch the Assault the Wound. I would assume for the Kodachi, Salt the Wound is a 0 cost, so it does fulfill the Kodachi requirement of having to pitch a 0 to give the Kodachi go again.
Gives him 2 Kodachi swings for 1 card, not bad.
So we're actually just going to Rising Knee Thrust. So right now, he should not have pitched a card. But again, he's a newer player. We're learning. He is going to very telegraph this this Razor Reflex. Yeah, and I think that we might just end our turn there. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. I'm not really sure how many cards he thought he had access to or how many resources he thought he had access to. I believe Rising Knee Thrust is a 0 cost.
It is.
Yeah.
But Matt just blocking that through, it looks like.
He did take the damage from the... no, he just took the damage. So he's down to 29 from underneath the 32 that Josue has.
Oh, it wasn't Assault the Wound. It's a Bittering Thorns.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't give the Kodachis
Gotcha.
So,
Sorry.
With what he did, I think that's probably the best.
I got the arts mixed up.
It looks kind of similar.
It's got Ira on it. You can already see how this is going to end up when Uprising's legal.
Fire guy.
All right. It has go again, probably. That's what Draconic does.
We'll be doing our best. So this is a Wax On as a defense reaction, correct?
Yeah, and Wax On gets there's a way it can get more defense, right?
Defending a card that costs 0, it gains a plus
2? I think it's a 2 and 2. Like, it starts at 2 and then goes up to 4.
5?
4.
Oh.
I think. But either way, we have a Nimblism into an Overload. This is something we saw a lot from Matt in the last game he was featured on. Nimblism into Overload, cute play. You know, if it hits, it gets go again. That's a lot. That's basically where you want to be in Briar.
Yeah.
All these Rune Blades, they're just like, you know what? All to go again. I can be a ninja too. Why not?
Definitely gonna be just swinging the Rosetta Thorn after this, right?
1 resource left. I think no cards in hand. There's definitely that's where we'll be if this hits, which it probably will. It has that Dominate, go again if it hits. Josue could get out of this if he wanted to. He could block with a 3, use his chess piece, use his mask, should he want this turn to end, but he's going to choose not to. He's going to give up the Scar for Scar. Funny enough, that's probably the card I would have kept in my hand. I think I would have, maybe even just take all the damage. It's hard to do that as a newer player. Taking damage is really scary, especially when it's so much coming through. But he would have been able to answer, pitch the Whelming, or yeah, there's a couple things you could do. You could pitch the Whelming, go Kodachi, Scar for Scar, right? You're gonna take a bunch of damage, so even with the Kodachis, you're gonna be less. So Scar for Scar will have go again. The mask will be active. You're threatening it. Another thing you could do is you play the Whelming Gust Wave, snap
Snapdragon
Scalers, the Whelming Gust Wave. Pitch the Scar for a Scar, and then Mugenshi release.
For effect. That'd be crazy, too. It's kind of scary as a new player seeing the word dominate.
Yep, absolutely. Dominate scary. Split damage is scary.
It's something you're not really familiar with and used to. That once you play the game of it,
yeah, and we saw
you kind of know how to navigate
and another thing that I think I've seen a lot of young Katsu players do. People who have been playing Katsu for very long. They really value their combo cards, maybe a little too much. They want to do the thing. They want to do what the deck's supposed to do. They want to play the Surging into the Whelming, into the Mugenshi, into the Lord of Wind. They want to do all of it. And a lot of times that can lead you into these trap hands where
you're holding on to some damage that you won't be able to return.
Yeah, it happened to me literally during pre-release and Uprising. Never played the set before. Go to my first Uprising pre-release. Playing Dromai, of course, because Tom's already mentioned it before. Why? Still on chat. So, but I'm playing Dromai, and I have an Uvia, and I take a bunch of damage to summon an Uvia. I have exactly one Ash token. This is the most least impactful Uvia I've probably will ever play as Dromai. And I did that because I just wanted to summon the dragon. I wanted to do it. It was the first game as Dromai.
You got to do the thing.
And I wanted to summon the dragon.
Right. And you did it.
So I did it, and then I fell behind against the 5 by like 10 life and just died. So that is all a metaphor, so to speak, for what can happen to a Katsu player. Because they want to do the big combo, the big flashy combo. This draws a card, Mass draws a card, everything draws a card, and you have these really wide turns. And sometimes if you start blocking in a way that holds on to those cards, or maybe even not blocking, you end up either taking too much damage or you're taking wrong damage, as so to speak, where like on-hit effects are happening, and you're holding on to these. Like he pitched the Whelming, maybe he's thinking like, oh, I'll see this later, and you won't. Yeah. Typically you won't against Briar.
It's tough.
Now Katsu does shuffle his deck, so maybe, but
you've got the Katsu ability really as your fish line, just to be able to hope that you can string together those, masterpiece of a turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's
so we're actually gonna pitch the Whelming Gust Wave to stop the Rune Chant. And then we have the Entwine Lightning coming in with 4 and go again. We're going to sink below. And then coming up right after that is the Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. Now, one thing we haven't seen again, Matt really hasn't had the turn. Like the big Briar turn to really punish Josue. So we'll have to see how that comes up. Josue has been able to stick in the game. The life totals are relatively equal. So despite all the lack of aggression, he is able to keep up, somewhat efficiently. But unfortunately, giving up 2 Scar for Scars is probably not a winning formula. You're still leaking damage. The only card he has left is the big D-React that is slipping my mind right now. Unmovable. He has an Unmovable left, which I'd assume will probably get Arsenal. Oh, he actually doesn't even have that left. So we're just going to draw a pass. You looked it up earlier. Smashing Good Time. Smashing Good Time. What does Smashing Good Time do?
When played from Arsenal, gives a boost for +3. I believe at its base ability, it just destroys an item. Really good counter against Dash.
It's the one that it was like generic, like, oh, this helps with the Dash matchup. Right, I remember. Okay.
So I got to speak.
Haven't seen it.
Yeah, I got to speak with Paulette on the decision of the card, and he said that he liked that it was just a natural +3 when played from Arsenal.
Gotcha. No, and it gives go again. It's almost like a not as good version of Plunder Run.
That's exactly how we described it. But definitely been able to put in some work. I don't think, no Dash is here today, unfortunately, but I think it was still a pretty good meta call.
Yeah, no Dash. I'm excited to see what the coming weeks brings with the Phi decks, the Dromai decks. We're getting a lot of new players, and I think that's another good thing that Uprising is going to do is bring a lot of those new players. A lot of those classes or heroes are. I think they just speak to new players,
Right.
I think Tales of Aria, maybe those heroes. I don't want to say they're complicated. I don't think showing a card like fuse mechanic is complicated. I think there were some complicated mechanics, like ball lightning. Explaining ball lightning to a new player as a judge.
It felt like you were making this up.
Yeah, I was like, I promise you, that's what happens. You just have to trust me.
And then a thing that was, I think, a bit difficult, too, was understanding that you can't pitch and fuse with the same card.
Right. That's another big one, right? Like, oh, I need this extra card in my hand to do something, which didn't really happen before. And so you had it a little bit, right? You had, like, Flock of the Featherwalkers. And even that, in all those old formats where Flock was a much more prevalent card, you would see the same exact issue. You would see, like, oh, I have to reveal. I have to pay, then reveal. So I can't pay and reveal the same card. So I think that led to a lot of that like headache when all of Tales of Aria is that. So
that was, I guess you could say, the first fuse, right?
Yeah. It kind of is.
There's another one, I believe, for Dominate, generic Dominate. You reveal a card that costs 2 or greater.
Yeah.
Dominate. I forgot what the name of that one is.
And this turn from Matt Pollitt has not been something to scoff at. I mean, you had a Go Again. I think I saw a Coax a Commotion. It was buffed, and then finally a Rosetta Thorn. This has been a lot of pressure, and Josue holding on. He's still only at 20. Not too bad.
Being able to block for, I believe the Wax On goes to 5 when going against a cost 0 card, if I'm not mistaken, the red.
Okay.
Definitely saving some of the damage there, soaking it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the last 2 cards in hand are a Whelming Gustwave and the Winds of Eternity. Is that one?
Whelming.
That card.
Winds of Eternity.
Winds of Eternity. I'm getting there.
Yeah, Wax On. So he's definitely still got a fight in this one.
We're clawing some damage in every game. Every game we've been like, oh, this person fell behind. Probably not long for this world. And then they claw back. They say no. Oh, hold on.
I'm not gonna get dominated +2.
And so here's a really good learning moment if you're Josue. So the second Kodachi, was blocked. Did not hit. If I was Josue in that moment, that's an Arsenal card at the end there. This is just damage. 3 damage is nothing, really, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it's points. You're getting on the board. You're trying to get there. But I think that card in Arsenal is just worth so much. You hit a Surging Strike. They're like, oh, I blocked the Surging. Not let you search for the Whelming. And then you just have the Whelming. It's a very powerful feeling. And I think that, to me, the Arsenal card's worth more damage there. And I think I see a Mugenshi. I see 2 Mugenshi and a Snatch.
It's definitely a tough thing to take yourself out of I want to do as much possible with this hand.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Like, oh, I just need to dump my whole hand. Maybe there, I think you actually... So let's say he Arsenals the Whelming there. Absolutely. So he Arsenals the Whelming. He plays the Whelming next turn. He Snapdragon Scalers. He plays the Mugenshi. Mugenshi has its effect. Either it hits or it doesn't. That's fine. If it does hit, we're off to the races. If it does hit, we're off to the races. We're getting Lord of Win. We're going off.
At least it has Go Again.
But if it doesn't hit, he still has a Snatch in hand. Yeah. You have 3 Go Again, 5 Go Again, Snatch. You put together a pretty decent turn there.
From just nothing. Just a Whelming.
I got to head out for the night. It was good chilling, doll. Hey, Tom, thank you so much for chatting it up. It's been a lot of fun, dude. If you find yourself with some time later on, feel free to check us back out. VODs are on YouTube. VODs are on Twitch. But really, thank you for hanging out and chatting. Love you, man. See you at Locals.
The Tom.
We did block with one of our Mugenshis.
I think he sees that he doesn't have the combo, and that's
it's another, like, one of those things, right? You're like, oh, I just can't find the Surgeon.
And knowing that he used the Whelming the turn before also just doesn't feel good, because
like, oh, now these are not so good.
Yeah.
1 for 4. I think it's 1 for 4.
1 for 4.
Without combo. The combo gives it the +1 for the 1 for 5.
Whereas, just pretty crazy yellow card. I really wondered what Ninja would be like without playing Mugen Ring and Lord of Wind, because I mean, besides that, you're basically everyone else can play everything else.
Right.
But I mean, those cards are really powerful.
Yeah, and this is kind of like where Matt's starting to outvalue Josue as Katsu. He's starting to, you're leaking more than he's dealing, right? It's a bad spot to be in as Josue, and this is a learning opportunity. This is gonna be one of those learning games. We got it on video. You can go back and you can watch, like, oh, maybe I should have held on to that card. Maybe adding the extra 3 damage there it could have been worth more if I had just held on to it for another turn.
Because the 3 damage turns into 3 plus
5 plus 4. Snatch hits, draw a card. You got an arsenal for next turn.
Rather than the 6 it blocks.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's just going to take all the damage from the E-Strike. Going down to 10. Josue just has a Snatch and a
100 wins.
So the 100 wins can be played. I think it's a 0 cost. It has Go again naturally, right? So
I could see 100 wins, maybe hits Katsu effect, 100 wins.
Could happen. That's not bad.
I think maybe just playing the Snatch is probably better.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I didn't even think about that.
Not thinking on this one. It's
not for nothing, he has kept it close.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's still got some spice left in the deck. I know we've gone through 2 of the Mugenshi, so I don't know if we'll be able to see the full combo happen, because once you get low on them, it's kind of tough, to make it do the thing still. But
yeah, do the thing. I want to do the thing. I want to do what my deck does.
The Benji 54 damage turn.
Oh, get that out of here. It's not real.
It feels real.
All right, so back to Matt's turn. He's able to play the force of nature into an Exude Confidence, and this is gonna be it's an explainer. You gotta. It's a ball lightning, but like level rulings here.
I promise I'm not making this up.
I promise. This works the way I say it works. You just have to trust me. So basically, he'll need to block with a 5 or higher if he wants to even use a defense reaction or an instant. So he does actually have a flick flack in hand. Torrent of Tempo is a 5, right?
Torrent of Tempo is a 5 attack.
Yeah, so that should be able to. Does that have to be greater than it? I thought it was equal or greater than it. Oh, but he's gonna say before reactions. I actually have a win. This is true. Before reactions, he actually has a window here to play the lightning press. So he's actually gonna buff it to 8 before
it even resolves.
Yeah. So before the defense step is over. So now Josue cannot activate his Flick Flack. And this is Force of Nature, so he's going to draw a card as well. This could be like the blowout turn. Because also, as long as Exude Confidence is on the chain, it's for the rest of the chain. So that Flick Flack is dead.
He would have to play another non-attack to gain the lightning token. Or did he already make one? I'm not very sure.
That's a good question.
The Go again.
I don't know if this has Go again.
He might do some.
He does have creepers.
Yeah, cheeky.
Yeah.
But I think 2 cards in hand. Probably just trying to resolve.
Yeah, I think they're having it explain that this was all done during the defense step. So there is a window here for Matt to be able to play the Lightning Press before reactions, because Lightning Press is an instant.
Mm-hmm. And I think just explaining that window that he has is as a player the priority, right?
Say what?
The priority you have before
Even if so, what happens here is defense is declared, and then there is like what you say. There's a priority window there as soon as defense is declared. So as long as it's before reaction step, Josue cannot respond. Now, if Matt said go to reactions, or someone said go to reactions, said okay, then Matt can play the instant before it resolves. Josue could also play his reaction.
Stacking on top.
Yep. So, that being said, I think this was all done in defense steps, so they are playing it correctly. So, this is going to come in for 9 damage now. Oh, Matt decided to actually pump it as well, using its own effect.
I guess not much else in the hand. Autumn's Touch Blue still in the mix.
Oh my goodness. And then he found another Exude Confidence.
Well, it's the force of nature.
It looks like we're going to Creepers. What are we going to Creepers, though? Oh, we just lose Creepers. We weren't able to do any Arcane. So you're right. This didn't have Go Again.
Which is probably the means for the boost.
Yeah, why not, right? So Josue drops down to 3, and this is kind of like we were looking for that turn where Matt's just gonna put on the pressure, really dig deep, and find some really big damage. And he was able to find it. Knock Josue down to 3. The game is kind of no longer close. Maybe Josue can. Let's see if he can put on just a good turn, make it respectable. You know, earn some points of damage back. He does have a blue Flick Flag. That's kind of where you want to be, but he's just gonna play the Snatch from Arsenal. Here's the thing about Snatch from Arsenal. You are very much telegraphing this is either a Razor Reflex or a... I am definitely Snapdragoning this. If I'm Matt, I probably give up a card and the gloves. I think that makes you go to 5, but Matt is just going to take the damage. Josue's going to draw a card. It is 100 wins. This could actually get to be like a pretty nasty turn from Josue.
I think we see is that a Torn of Tempo?
It is a Torn of Tempo. There also is... Now, here's the other thing, which Josue might not know. He has not used Katsu, and so he cannot. So Katsu technically triggered as soon as the Snatch hit.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes in with 100 wins and it hits and he wants to use Katsu, unfortunately he's unable to because Katsu is already triggered. It's only the first time your attack action hits.
He is able to layer the stack of the Snatch hitting to see what he draws first.
He could have.
Right.
Could have.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, because the Snatch hit, and let's say this Torn of Tempo hits, and he goes to activate Katsu, unfortunately, he cannot do that. He's not even activating Katsu, technically. Using the trigger of Katsu.
Stacking it correctly. What's unfortunate here about Ninja is that there's just no real threats. It's just damage. So, like, we're gonna block, but at the same time, let's be frank. If nothing's really pulling anything out of your hand or destroying your arsenal or, you know, causing you afflictions.
Yeah, it's just damage. And the old, like, philosophy I used to have is I used to, like, do my best to never block just damage. Unless it was damage that would lead to other damage.
Right.
Right, like if it was like an on hit that gives Go Again or something like that. And I was like,
trigger.
I can block here and not do that. Or a Mass Trigger, or like, you know, a Snatch effect with Go Again, something like that. So definitely try to like just eat as much damage as possible.
And that's where I see Fi as, you know, a really kind of big contender, because it's Ninja with on-hit effects. I mean, yes, they're in the form of Rupture.
Yeah, you have to get there.
But I definitely would say that it's they're not the scary. Like, I mean, you got Liquefy, Combustion Point. You've got Phoenix Form in of itself. I know it's not Rupture, but still, like, if that hits, you're drawing 3 off of a. You know, you did the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see another Exude Confidence. Now, I don't think we have we don't have a way to give this Go Again. I think if I'm Matt, what I do here is I might have made a Rune Chant first with one of the cards I have, unless I wanted to keep both of them.
Does he maybe try to pump? Does he have anything else to hit?
But I'm saying, like, if it were me, I think I make the Rune Chant anyway, because then I, like...
More damage.
It's the same... Is it +1 or +2 on Exude Confidence? I'm not really sure, but...
Exude is +2.
Yeah, so he's gonna block for 2. Unfortunately, I think this actually kills. Yeah, there's no defense reaction here. Wax on is just a.
Wax on is a defense.
It is a D-react, so.
But
But
6, so
it's a 6, so unfortunately he won't be able to use it. Learning opportunity for Josue here. I think this will wrap the game up. I think Matt will do lethal damage to Josue the ninja here, and unfortunately Josue will die. But not really. Just Katsu. Josue has Katsu. Katsu Josue.
Katsue.
Will unfortunately perish.
He's allowing him to go back to the before the instant trigger.
Yeah, I think again Josue is one of our newer players, so I think he is allowing him to go back and kind of like learn. Hey, this is what I'm doing here. Like, this is maybe how you should have blocked, expecting like a pump from the exude. But I think he was just explaining it to him. Either way, great sportsmanship there to kind of show, like, hey, in the future you could do it this way, and maybe you stay alive. Really great game by our players there. Really excited to see the good sportsmanship. If you guys come to the Haven, if you're ever in Castleberry, Florida, or really Orlando, people know Orlando, they only know Castleberry. If you're in Orlando, this is technically in Castleberry, stop by the Haven. It's a great store, very welcoming, very clean, very bright, lots of bright colors. It just feels really comfortable in here. There's comfy chairs to sit and read if you want to.
Friendly environment.
Friendly environment. The bot hasn't spammed my link recently, but you do get 10% off using promo code AdventureCo ! At checkout at thehaventabletop.com. That works on all Flesh and Blood singles. Amazing deal for you. It helps the channel out, helps the store out, helps you guys out. Everyone wins if you use that promo code, so definitely do that. I want to thank Festus still. I mean, we're not ending. Sounds like I'm ending the stream. We're not doing that, but I do want to thank Festus here for hanging out with me. Having someone to bounce off of is like infinitely better than just talking to a screen. And I want to thank all of you guys out there who are watching. Stick around. Round number 4, last round of Swiss. We'll find a winning in for you. Hopefully a good matchup. And then after that, we have top 4. Top 4 in our 1 week USA only format. Let's go. We'll be right back.
Perfect timing for me to tell you about Twitch Prime. Did you know that, I'm assuming all of you have Amazon Prime, because, yeah, why wouldn't you? But did you know you also get a free sub by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account? And also, even more fun fact, somehow streamers get more money from that than the actual $4.99 a month sub. So if you hate Jeff Bezos, like I'm sure a lot of people do, give your sub to us, regardless. Thank you.
right, and we're back with Zach. He's going to go ahead and, in his first turn, lay down a Parable of Humility. That's right, Muck Deck. 1 week USA format. We've got Matt coming in on his turn with a Lightning Surge for 3. I think seeing this format, this 1 week format, has actually been pretty crazy today. I've seen a lot of Katsu, which we haven't really seen too much. It's going to be interesting to see what he does during Uprising. I think Ninja's definitely got a place. Not too many think that as well, but I agree that it might be difficult, but we'll see.
I'm back again. I had to go get some water. People were opening crazy packs at the counter, and I was like, I just want water. All right, what did I miss? I see some auras. I see like my favorite aura, which is Parable of Humility.
First turn laid it down, pass to Matt.
Oh, Ryan says, ooh, still playing. Muck Duck says 1 week USA only format LFG. This is history we are witnessing here. You're right. We were talking about this. This will only happen this week. You know, who knows when you'll see it again. Just a weird one-off format. Awesome. I'm glad we're getting to stream it. Fest. You're a fan favorite, dude. I need you here all the time.
I'm gonna try to be. My man.
As much as you want to be. All right, so Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. I cannot wait to never say that again. Just kidding. I think Rosetta Thorn's a perfectly fair and balanced card. I'm also running for office, and
Tell me the lie. Which one? Prism's got a pretty solid spot in this next format you were saying earlier.
yeah, I think Prism has a better Dromai matchup. I think she'll have a better time against Dromai. I think Dromai has the same issues with killing auras that most classes do. Now, there's ways to gain action points. However, sometimes it's harder. I heard myself talk. It's like, sometimes it's just like you don't have the extra action points. Now, you do have Chromai, so if you already have Go Again, you attack with Chromai, you go up to 2 action points, and you can swing to 2 auras, something like that. However, I just think it's easier for Prism to kill a bunch of dragons than it is for Dromai to kill a bunch of auras.
Exactly. I think also you are going into another illusionist, right? So your 6 attacks just aren't as impactful. They're not going to pop that Phantasm.
3 match stream games. Yeah, a lot of Briar. The matchups were just really weird. Table 1 actually didn't happen. And that was originally going to be what was on stream. The player who was currently undefeated scooped to the other player, which is perfectly illegal and now in Flesh and Blood. So that didn't happen. And so this was there was another stream that we could have done, and then we decided to just go with this. Matt was already at the table. And we haven't seen Prism yet. I really wanted to see Prism. I love Prism. Prism's the first hero I really, really did good with. I mean, I did well with Dorinthia in crew format, but there was no big tournaments in crew format, right? There's nothing. My biggest claim to fame was Armory wins. So Prism, I did really well. I played it on stream, so I'm really excited to get Prism on the field. So here we see Zach with Prism attacking with a Wartune Herald, pitching a yellow Pummel. Interesting, kind of showing that yellow Pummel, hey, I got it. Watch out. These are in the deck, dude. You better be watching it. Wartune Herald. So those who haven't played in a while, or maybe not know Prism, all the heralds are an archetype in other card games. Basically, they all do a thing. They all go in soul, and they all have an extra thing. Wartune Heralds is that it just costs 1, so that's its extra thing. All the other heralds usually have an added effect other than also going in soul. So here we see something Mirage. I'm trying to remember. This is the one where if it gets popped.
Fractal Replication?
Fractal Replication is the one that copies. This is Metamorphing Mirage, something like that. But basically, if it gets popped, you can copy an aura that's on the field. Matt choosing not to pop them because or maybe he just popped that one. Yeah, he popped that one. So he's gonna create a Spectral Shield and then get a copy of a Spectral Shield, which is basically just another Spectral Shield. But those cards are really devastating because they're a 1 for 7, and of course Luminaris gives it go again. Miraging Metamorph. I like flipped the card. I flipped it. I was like metamorphing Mirage or something like that. So here we see on Matt's side of the field, he actually has a fused Force of Nature into a Scar for Scar. Is lower on life. Something I have noticed already that Zach's deck feels way more aggressive than it had in the past. We saw Mirage Metamorphs, Wartune Herald, Pummels. Those are really strong, aggressive cards, whereas back in the, not even the day, Starvo Day, like of a month ago, it was like D-Reacts, Auras, and maybe a Wartune here and there, and maybe the Mirage Metamorph.
It's definitely cleared up a lot of room in the deck to be able to do, you think?
Yeah, I don't think you need those unmovables. I don't think you need all of that extra D-Reacts. You can play a more aggressive build that maybe gives you a chance into these Rune Blades.
Because, like, what are you going into that's that tall, right? For the immovable really to have that effect, I guess?
Yeah, exactly. So I need to figure out why the stream is so delayed. I know there's always a delay, but we just got Miraging Metamorph now from Nick, so it's because they're seeing what we were talking about there, and it's like so far behind. I'll definitely look into that. I don't know if I set a delay that's longer than normal. I think it's before it's like a 15-second delay, and that's to like keep people from stream sniping in other games. But yeah. So that being said, definitely an interesting turn for Matt. Matt is going really into this Force of Nature turn on the Scar for Scar, and then of course just your typical Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2.
It's say it while you can.
We're gonna be saying it for a while, Fest.
Want to get it tattooed together?
She's not tattooed. No. She's nowhere near living legend. Is this the final round? This is the final round of Swiss. And then there's 2 more rounds in Top Cut. The bot is reminding you guys that use promo code AdventureCo ! For 10% off your Flesh and Blood singles at thehaventabletop.com. That works on pretty much every Flesh and Blood single, so just use that for the stream. Use it for yourself. 10% off is great. They don't bump up prices just to offset the discount, so it is quite a good discount if you think like their prices are pretty competitive here. So definitely check them out. Local store, and of course I'm local to all of you. Maybe not all of you, but most people.
Those who would like to claim the Orlando Flame.
So here we see another Wartune Herald for 7. And funny enough, he's got fancy ones. He's got them Judge promos, them fancy Wartune Heralds coming in for 7.
Now, what herald would you say is your favorite?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Art-wise or effect-wise? Or just overall?
I mean, I guess we could say the effect.
Effect? I mean, how can you not say... Actually, I was about to say Erudition, which I feel like is a cop-out. I think it's Protection. I don't think Protection's as strong as it used to be. I definitely have more people letting Protection hit and it not really feeling as impactful. But I still think Protection is just so much value. You basically like heal 1, deal 1
and
off of Protection.
1.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I guess that's the heal one, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, and then... wow, this turn from Matt is wild. Just 2 Amulets of Earth into a Command and Conquer, which doesn't really feel that good. The Command and Conquer does have go again. And then he's going to swing with the last resource, the Rosetta Thorn, into the Passing Mirage. Passing Mirage is kind of a wild card that like lets you avoid like all that like Phantasm crap. You don't have to deal with it anymore. You're like, doesn't have Phantasm, bud. At least not the first one. So you can send that Erudition and be like, you got to deal with it. You gotta actually deal with it. You can't just throw a 6 in front of it.
Knowing the Pummels are on top too, so you're scared.
Also, can someone tell Zach that that's another, like, hey man, save the Wartunes for the rest of us? Like, that has been, like, every Wartune Herald in existence is in this deck.
It's just counting down.
It's another 6. They're so strong. The value proposition, if they don't have a 6 to block it, is, like, just wild. 1 for 6, 1 for 7. Even the blue, 1 for 5. And there you go. That's probably one of the most insane fractal replications I've ever seen. So Matt actually blocks the Herald of Air, or the War Tune Herald, but doesn't pop it, and now you have a fractal replication doing. It's basically copying the War Tune Herald. It is a War Tune Herald right now, and what's even crazier is it's a free War Tune Herald.
Because fractal costs
0.
nothing. That's
Yeah.
wild.
And copies whatever's on the chain.
That's, this only could get better if it was Air Edition. Or a protection.
Right. Or protection, Best one in the deck, baby. Maybe not. Air Edition's the best one still. Always probably will be.
The blocking of fractal replication, does that come up as much? Where it gains the block cost?
I have, as playing that card, I have used it to block, and if you block with it and another card, another Illusionist card, it does copy it. So, like, it has come up very rarely. It's not what you want to be using the card for sure.
Fair enough. Snatch, lightning pressed.
Snatch was lightning pressed. So Zach is going to take some extra damage here. We are going to draw a card. I believe it was a Ravenous Rabble, and we're just going to Arsenal it. The Snatch did not have go again, but even life here. This has been a great game, but this is a... Hey, Fest, what card is that? Protection, baby!
Fancy, too.
And fancy protection. Buffed by 2 because of the Pierce Reality.
Takes it all.
This is what I was saying. People are taking protection now. They have gotten too comfortable. Too comfortable taking protection. Make protection great again. We need to, like... I don't know why, but people are have been so happy to just take protection. Notice, he took protection but block War Tunes. You know what I'm saying?
On hits, it kind of feels like Ninja, where it's like, oh, it's just damage. But it's not.
It's more than that. And yeah, see, he just did an Arcane here with the Sonata Arcanix. Just lost the shield. But, like, he got the shield from the protection. Heal 1, basically. Block 1.
Not even worried.
Deck's good.
Not even worried. Prism definitely has the spot, I'd say.
Yeah, a lot of people are still calling for that Luminaris ban. I think y'all are crazy. Deck dies if you ban Luminaris. I don't think we're there yet.
I had a Iris of Reality build that was pretty fun. Fun is...
Fun.
And from emphasize.
Fun. Ooh, he did pop the footsteps. That is actually a really interesting
Yeet
thing
the
there.
feet.
Yeet the feet. I heard a certain co-host of mine was playing against a certain contestant out on the field, and he Fest swung a Kodachi. Alex blocks it with his footsteps, and he double razors it to kill the footsteps.
Turn 1.
Imagine being a prison player, and you're just like, oh, I don't have my footsteps the rest of the game.
It's a tough spot to be in, but definitely one of the most fun games I've ever had in Fab.
Absolutely. And so here's a really interesting turn from Matt. So you finally have the Channel Mount Heroic turn. You have the Scar for Scar, hit for 7. Looks like he doesn't want to close the chain. I don't know what he's so hesitant about closing the chain for. Maybe he's just worried about leaving the Passing Mirage on the field. And this is kind of where the spot where Prism wants to get you. What do I want to do? Do I want to push damage or do I want to kill that freaking aura, right? It's going to sit there and get value every turn. But we're not killing it. We're going in. We're going to swing the Ravenous Rabble for 7.
Do you think he's got 6s in the deck naturally to even pop these Phantasms?
I know he has Command and Conquer.
Okay.
I don't know if he's playing the Runic Reclamation. I think that's the big one that a lot of Runeblades have started playing, and I haven't seen it. But again, this is our first matchup with him versus a Prism.
Okay.
Now, something he has chosen not to do is send the Rosetta Thorn at the Passing Mirage. So he's going to drop Zach to 8. Zach's going to have probably one good turn. He's going to play... Ooh, he is just going to play the Merciful Retribution. Now, interesting enough, he didn't attack with Merciful Retribution. He still could have.
I think he's
going to... Okay, they're just like, yeah, I'm going to attack with it before my turn's over. Yeah, so he attacks with Merciful Retribution, gets a point of damage in. Now, Zach has 2 auras on the field. If Zach can go into his turn with these auras and still have a way to attack, he's probably in a really good spot.
His helmet is online. It gives him a little breathing room there for next 4 attack we see come through.
What time do you guys fire on Saturdays? We actually start at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Works out best for, I think, our play group so far. Everyone's able to make it. It's after lunch. You get to do your morning stuff, get some lunch, and then come play card games.
Have a good time. Use 10% off at the Haven too.
Yeah, 10% off. Use Adventure Co! Exclamation point. So Matt able to get that embodiment of lightning, and then the Exude Confidence, which in all 3 games we have seen this card come up time and time again. This card is very good.
At 10
And
because
oh, you asked me, does it ever come up that it blocks? He's blocking with it with the fractal, so it's going to gain that 3 defense.
if you were to Art of War the first card you were defending with, and it would get-
Zach was. I know for a fact when he moved his hand like that, he also went wow or something like that. Like, it's just like the thing he does. It's so funny.
If you were tell me this: if you were to block with Art of War, not block with Art of War, used Art of War to +1 attack and +1 defense
Uh-huh.
on this stack, would the Fractal Replication block for 4 or 5?
It should be 4. So it's gonna copy the base of the other cards. So that's still 3, and then it's gonna get +1 from the Art of War. So it's gonna be 4.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it copies the base attack and defense. That's a great question. Maybe someone learned something. That's a great question.
I'll keep them coming.
How many more rounds? So this is the last round of Swiss, and then there's a top 4. So there should be 2 more rounds after this. And that's going to be it. Zach has no more cards to actually defend with, and he was able to come up with a 9 attack, 9 Coaxer Commotion. So unfortunately, Zach will end up losing there. I don't know where that puts him in the standings. He should be okay, maybe not, maybe, I don't know. I think the top 2 are locked. Should be Jamie and Alex. I think Matt makes it. And then the 4th spot is,
up for?
I think it's totally up for grabs. I think there's a bunch of 2-2s on the bubble.
Makes it a little bit interesting.
Yeah, so there's going to be a 2-2 who makes it, and then all the other 2-2s are going to be unfortunate.
So we've got Viserai, Briar, and Bravo confirmed.
Jay Lockwood, 2 p.m., Brando. Yeah, we mentioned that for you. Get on over here. Jay Lockwood, one of the owners of the Haven, chiming in. Thanks for watching. And
My man, Jay Lockwood.
and I know I've said it a bunch already, but I do want to say again, if you guys haven't already, please make sure to like and follow and sub and all that good stuff. Really helps us out. But more than anything, if you could share, that would be great. Brando's saying, I think I'm going to make my first trip to the store next Saturday. Let's go. That's awesome, dude.
Pew, pew, pew.
Yo.
Good job, Matt.
That Satisfying brain so you can charge it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know battery before the game, but still.
Fire.
Awesome. But yeah, awesome for making it. If you can make it next Saturday, also remember, if you're going to buy any cards, use that promo code AdventureCo! At checkout. Save you 10% on all your Flesh and Blood singles. And make sure to share this stream around to all your friends. Get a bunch of chat going on in the stream. Would be awesome. That being said, I think we're going to throw it one more time to the Be Right Back screen. We will tell you your top 4, and we'll tell you who made it, what heroes made it, and then we'll be bringing you some top 4 matches in our 1 week only USA format.
Woo!
Let's go. All right, welcome back to the Haven, our 1 week only format. This has been awesome. So it kind of shook out like exactly like how I would imagine it to. I think like having like we have 2 Rune Blades, a Guardian, and a Prism. It's kind of like what I thought was gonna happen. It's like kind of like you're like, what do we think's gonna be good? Rune Blade, Prism, Guardian, and that's exactly what we got. But we got Briar, Viserai, Prism, and Jamie made it on Bravo. So old school Bravo still got legs, still doing it up, still doing good things. So
Play to dominate.
so we see Alex is actually on Viserai. He was our undefeated in quotes. So he's in first seat, so he got to pick who goes first here. He'll get to pick throughout all of top 4. Granted, he moves on to the next round. Zach is actually the low seed, so he'll never get to pick should he move on. So that being said, yeah, this is great. This has been awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out all this time. We have this round, and then we have finals. I'm excited to see what happens in finals. I'm excited to see that if Alex can move on and like maybe like a Jamie can move on, that would be really exciting to see like a Viserai versus Bravo. I think that's old school enough to be pretty neat. Don't you think, Fest?
If anything, it's just where we started back. Is crew format all over again, right?
And can I just say, we have 16 viewers here watching us live here at the Haven. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that sub button. Should you have like a free way to sub, I don't ever expect it from you guys, but if you should so choose to spend it on someone, use it on your local streamer. Use it on the Haven.
What?
I don't know.
What? Huh?
16 viewers. We're trying to get up to 20.
Oh, all right. I'll call my mom.
Please.
Get up to 20 for finals. That'd be awesome. So, that being said, back to the game. Looks like Alex was able to get in 1 point of damage so far. Zach is at 39. Alex still at 40. Alex was able to resolve that Sonata.
I think I say it different every time.
Sonata.
Arcanic, Arcanix, Arcanox.
We have a Maruvian Skies. Mavrian Skies.
Let's see if he can fish out a couple more of those.
This is a really good turn from Alex, I think. You have the Spellblade Assault, which is going to make an extra 2. So from Viserai and the Spellblade Assault, you're going to go up to 3 Rune Chants, coming in for 4 physical damage with Go again from Mavrian Skies, and then the 2 Arcane. We're going to see that Zach is going to use one of his resources to block with the Footsteps, and then he's going to pitch another 3 for the Arcane coming in. Looks like Zach is choosing a little bit of the long game here, not going to go as aggro as he did against Briar.
I did get to speak with him a bit. He said that he definitely did take out the immovables, trying to build a more aggro-based deck.
Okay.
Which he did put in the Fate for Scenes.
Now, I don't know if I love this play of... using the helmet so early on something that doesn't like have an on hit. Viserai to me has enough on hits with like Mavrian Skies and maybe some Command and Conquer, something like that, where the helmet block might actually be more useful to you later on something more consequential than just a sword swing. That's my thought process personally. Now his thought process may be, what if I get ahead and I don't get the use out of the second block? But I don't know. For me personally, I think it's better to hold on to it, try to get to a point where like it matters. You swing the game because you're able to still block with armor. You hold on to it, something like that. Oh, wow, Alex. Oh, Zach was telling me he had these in the deck. This is very punishing. Alex was able to block with the Amplify the Arknight, which comes in for 6, would pop the Phantasm, but Zach is actually on Blinding Beam. Blinding Beam knocking that attack down to 3. He's going to draw 2 cards from the Herald of Erudition.
Rough.
Now let's see if those 2 cards actually matter. I do see a Pummel and I do see a Herald of Protection. So we might just see a pitch for a Herald of Protection, which is still really strong. That is still more than you would have ever gotten out of like him popping it, right? You would have had a pitch,
right.
You don't have any more cards in hand, something like that, and you were able to actually sneak in damage that maybe wouldn't have hit anyway. So now we just have the blue Herald of Protection coming in for 5 damage. If it hits, you will get a shield and draw a card. I'm sorry, Shield and draw card. I'm getting Erudition mixed up. You will get a shield, and you can also swing with that shield as well. Alex saying, I'm not letting that hit. We're not doing this.
That's the first time I think we haven't seen a protection
Yeah,
hit today.
good to see someone still respects the protection.
Respection.
Respection.
So,
So Fess, what do you hope does well in the next format? You know, this little format's cute. We've had our fun.
Hey.
We still have one more round, but what do you now that uprising is on the horizon for the U.S.? What do you expect to do well? What do you want to do well?
I mean,
actually,
my main girl Azalea. I really do hope that.
do you actually hope that Azalea does well? Or are you just trolling me right now?
I'll be honest. I think Lexi's gonna really set a pretty big mark on the format. It's gonna be one of the first times where I think we're gonna have to worry about a ranger.
I mean, Lexi made a little bit of a mark in the last format. Definitely true. Definitely if she could escape the Oldhim match, she had really wanted to dodge that. You don't want to hit Oldhim as Lexi. But I think definitely now with all the Draconic red line cards, I was playing against you. We were testing some matches and I was playing Dromai and there was like 5 turns. I just literally couldn't do anything and just like Arsenal pass, I guess. Swing a 1/1 for nothing or something like. Yeah, it was just very difficult to get a lot of going. Back to the game here, though. We see Alex actually choosing to use his helmet. Gonna put that counter on there.
Maybe saying, hey, if you're gonna use your helmet, I'll use mine.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to tell exactly when am I gonna be up? When are you gonna be up?
Because you get it while you can, right?
Absolutely. So Alex has a Mauvrion Skies in hand, a Shrill of Skull form, Skull of Shrill form.
Skill form, soul form.
Shrill.
Shrill of
We'll just
Skull.
call it Shrill. He does have a Shrill. He does have a Mordred Tide. Then he had to pitch the Oath of the Arknight to create a rune chant. Has 1 floating. I don't know what he's thinking about doing here. I mean, he's probably just going to play the Shrill, right? I mean, I didn't know he had that in Arsenal, so he's going to actually pitch the Shrill for the Rune Flash. Rune Flash is going to create 1 off Viserai, I believe, because... Oh, no, he hasn't played a non-attack action yet. So he's actually not going to have a Rune Chant behind this. So it's just going to be 4 and 1 from the Rune Chant he created.
That's always a change of pace when, the Viserai doesn't trigger after your attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a change of pace, and it's somewhere you don't want to be, right? You don't want to be there. You always want to keep following up the rune chants. You want to keep the train rolling. So,
You think?
Yeah.
I think Zach just takes this maybe. Doesn't?
yeah, it's just damage, right? So it drops you lower, turns back on your helmet should he come in with the Rosetta Thorn if he wanted to block another 1 point of damage with it. One thing that is relevant is that the helmet, if you're losing, can block all of the arcane from Rosetta Thorn. It's a little inefficient. You have to pitch 3. But if you are in a spot where you need to block both points of the arcane, it does give you that arcane barrier 3. And so we see another Herald of Protection. Zach just swinging those protections, just like trying to get in, trying to get those extra spectral shields. Oh, and there it is. Oh, it hits. You're going to get a spectral shield. Is that the first spectral shield we've seen all game? No, I think he got like 1 or 2 early, and then he was able to clear them. But wow! And then we see the Celestial Cataclysm coming in for 7. He did have 3 cards in Soul. That's good.
It's big.
That's big. That's 7 and go again. He still has 2 cards in hand. Wow! And Celestial Cataclysm, of course, does not have Phantasm. It is really just a very simple card. It's 7 damage. Go again. But the extra stipulation from it, it costs 0, but the extra stipulation is you have to banish 3 cards from your soul. Zach was able to get up to that 3 number and actually not take the, and be able to pay for it and actually have 7 damage go again, and then finish with a Haze Bending. Haze Bending is actually like one of the best auras that Prism has. Anytime an aura would be destroyed, you actually create a Spectral Shield. So. Including itself. So it replaces itself at least with a Spectral Shield.
What's the cost on that Haze Bending?
0.
Oh wow, that's free Spectral Shield.
Yeah, all the blue auras from Everfest are actually free costed.
They definitely added some mix to this build.
Yeah, before Prism had to play a little bit of a hybrid between auras and heralds. So like kind of, do I want to play I have to play kind of like a mid-range deck a little bit of a combo deck too to try and get those tomes.
You were on library for sure back then too.
Oh, dude, I still love library. I still sneak it out sometimes. Be like, yeah, I got 5 intellect. You don't play yellow cards. This is staying here.
It's always a tough position, and they smack that down, and you're just like, yep, I'm not getting rid of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you kind of just race at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to race a Prism that already has the library if they've established it. And so a lot of times establishing library, you'll have to take a turn off. You have to do something very inefficient because the library doesn't do anything on its own. So you're hoping that you can get ahead on the Prism that turn, the turn they're holding it. And then that way you can kind of like put the boot on their throat, so to speak, to like try to keep them off of like getting the triggers off of library. 5 card hands with a card in arsenal is insane in this game. So Alex just attacking with the Rune Flash. Does have go again. He's gonna crack the chess piece to get 2 resources floating. He's gonna revel in Rune Blood here. Revel in Rune Blood going up to 4 rune chance, or 5 rune chance, 6 rune chance.
Getting bigger.
9 rune chance. So we're coming in for 9, 2, and 2, and Zach is taking all.
That's a big. What's the biggest rune chant attack you've seen come in?
Biggest rune chant attack I've seen come in. And man, Alex was worried he was gonna get punched there by like a Genesis or something, and there was just nothing. So here we just see the Miraging Metamorph coming in for 7. If it gets popped by a 6 or higher, we'll create a copy of most likely Haze Bending. One thing to note is that Zach does not actually have any cards in his soul. That could be relevant if Zach ever needs to pitch for something. And to give his attacks go again. The way Luminaris works, you have to have that yellow in your pitch zone. And a lot of times you kind of keep a bank of like soul cards that you can activate Prism's ability with that yellow.
Does he have a soul shield on this build?
I think so. I don't know if he's playing it in this matchup though. I think he does have soul shields. That card is just too good. 2 for 6 block as a reaction.
Goes in your soul.
Good. Yeah, it goes in your soul. Everything you want it to be. And he chooses the Runic Reclamation here to pop the Herald of Protection. Alex had to bide his time, not pop the Miraging Metamorph. Waits for the protection to come out. And that's going to close the combat chain. Zach is not going to attack with anything else. Not going to activate the boots. And now Zach has no cards in his soul. Down by 5 life. Alex has a 3-card hand. I see a Swarming Gloom Veil. The non-attack action that says at the beginning of each turn, create a rune chant. And I did not see the last card in his hand. Is it a Rattlebones? It is a Rattlebones. The last card in his hand is a Rattlebones. So this card that he just played will create a rune chant every turn. Basically at the start of your turn, you take it down 1, get a rune chant. Now this is probably not where Alex wants to be. This isn't really the strongest turn he's ever had. So I just think he probably wanted to be able to keep putting the gas on, but the attacks just weren't there.
If anything, this is more of a setup turn, would you say, with the 30 rune chance, well, over the next 3 turns?
I think this is a bit of a setup turn. I'd agree with that. So, but he's not really setting anything up other than the aura, right? So I mean, it's kind of. I think he's hoping for something that's just pure gas in his hand. Now, I do see a pop. I do see a Amplify the Arknight, given that's a red that will pop a Phantasm.
Keeps Zach in check.
And this card has just been an MVP for Zach. Miraging Metamorph, threatening to make another Haze Bending, has just been. Alex has just had to take them.
Is this a 1 for 7 or 2 for 7?
It's a 1 for 7 red.
This is crazy.
And then because it also stays on the field, that is an insane follow-up that he was able to Miraging Metamorph into the Fractal Replication. Now the Fractal Replication has the same exact effect as the Miraging Metamorph. And then finally a War Tune Herald for 7. This was a 21 damage turn from Prism.
The Runic Reclamation is a 7 attack, if I'm not mistaken. Is it correct?
It is, but I don't think that's what he has in his hand. I think he has the Amplify, which I think he might have wanted to keep the Amplify. The issue is you don't want to pop either the Fractal or the Miraging because you don't want to give him a free aura.
Swing me back. I mean, this is...
Alex going to 1 life. You know why that's very scary against Prism? That's very scary against Prism because of specifically
Erudition?
not Erudition, but Merciful Retribution.
Oh.
Merciful Retribution can definitely sneak in a point of damage when you were hoping not to.
Yeah, it's just...
Now Alex is on a clock. Every turn he has to get closer to killing him without letting him find the the Merciful Retribution.
This is going to be a fire turn from Alex. I mean, he's only given up the 1 card. He did generate the Rune Chant off of the aura. Right? So look.
Yeah, so this is 2 arcane damage coming in right now, and then a 4 damage rune flash.
And this creates 1 on the back end, correct?
It does because he was able to play the Mavrian Skies. Did he play that? Yeah, I think he did play Mavrian Skies this turn.
So then we'll have 2/2/2 and 1, 2/2/1 with the swing. Okay. Rune Flash does have go again at this state, right?
Yeah, it would have go again anyway. It has double go again, basically. It has Mavrian Skies go again, and it has
Itself.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Zach just looking
Zach
like
going
he can
to
just
9.
take this
Mavrian Skies is
damage.
going to let Alex get to 4 rune chants.
Swing.
Now a attack from Rosetta Thorn would be 4, 2, and 2. Still not taking Zach to lethal range.
Getting close. Like you said, all he needs is that merciful ret. If Zach can play the waiting game on this one, he could honestly
Flash in the Merciful Ret, make a shield.
and
Yep.
call it a day. Very, very dicey decision. Now, maybe he's thinking on making the shield in response. It looks like the play is on Zach right now.
I think Alex is thinking about his turn.
I think he's trying to weigh whether or not.
I think you have to attack here. I think you have to put in the damage. I think you have to threaten lethal, or get to the point where you're trying to threaten lethal.
Because if he
Maybe-
gives up all his rune chants now, then he doesn't really have much left. Is that what we're looking at?
Yep, that's exactly what he was thinking. What do I do here? Zach's gonna give up. Yeah, just his kept himself. So Zach, that was actually very smart of him. You know what he did? He kept himself out of Rosetta Thorn being an automatic kill. So he didn't drop to 1 life. He gave up the tunic to block 1 and just go to 2. And Alex probably really hoping for a pop here. Stone Soup 0550. Let's go, dude. If you haven't already, make sure you follow. Make sure you sub if you got Prime, dude.
go.
Let's go, dude.
Stone Soup.
Stone Soup in the house. Alex, this is in semifinals, dude. He's really close here, but this is a very scary turn. I think he has to... Oh, that wasn't a pop card. That was just a... Oh, he's a little bit Kodachi locked here. In a way, he's going to have to block this. And I think the last card is a make a shield, swing the shield, and get the last card out of Alex's hand, unfortunately. Really what you're hoping for, and it's a very difficult thing to hope for against Prism right now, is you're hoping he whiffs a yellow.
Yeah, and that's your kind of game plan. Alex isn't on any defense reactions, right?
Alex is on... I know he has reduces in the deck. I know he has reduced to Rune Chant. But here we see this is probably game here. This is... Oh, funny enough, Alex does not have a pop in this hand. However, he may draw into one. That would be wild. It needs to be here. It needs to be a pop. It is not. It was a Mordred Tide, I believe. And that is going to be ball game. That wraps it up. Zach will take the game against Viserai. That was a super close game.
Very close.
Very good on Alex getting first seed. Unfortunately, he will fall in the semifinals. Zach will move on to the final round. Prism making it.
Prism got legs.
Prism still a deck to contend with, I think. And Zach playing a more aggressive. That turn where he was able to Miraji Metamorph Fractal Herald, Wartune Herald, that was a 21 damage turn, and you don't really see that from Prism too often, but I think the new cards really kind of let that happen.
And also, like, not having your deck being bugged up with all these defense reactions is also helpful because you're able to make those plays.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so that was our semi-final match. We're going to go see what the other table is doing, and don't go anywhere. Make sure you share the stream around for finals. Finals will be coming up probably in just a few minutes. Make sure you stick around again. If you haven't already, make sure you leave a follow, leave a like, leave all that good stuff. And if you haven't already, our bot has not spammed it in a while, but make sure you use Adventure Co! ! At thehaventabletop.com at checkout for 10% off all Flesh and Blood singles. It's a great discount. It really helps the channel, and it really helps the store. So congratulations to Zach moving on to the finals, and congratulations to Alex getting ever so close to the finals, doing very good. He's going to get a bunch of packs. So you see the emotion from Zach. He's ready to go to the finals. So here we go. We will be right back with that finals match. What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to the final round of our wonderful 1 week format here in Flesh and Blood here at Castleberry, Florida. The Haven Games, awesome store, awesome people. There were 17 of you. There's 14 of you now. If you've stuck around since the beginning, I just want to say thank you. I really do mean it. It means a lot to me. It means someone out there cares to watch what we're putting out there, and it means a lot, and I'm very excited to have you guys. As they're shuffling up, I'm just going to keep thanking you some more. We've been out here for a little over 4.5 hours. So, again, you guys have just been wonderful. If you can, do me a favor. If you plan on buying any Flesh and Blood singles, please consider shopping at thehaventabletop.com using promo code AdventureCo! Get 10% off that order of your singles. Also, they're going to have Uprising. They're going to have Uprising boxes, cases, everything. If you are local to Castleberry, definitely check out the store. We run drafts every Friday at 7 o'clock. We're going to be doing a lot of Uprising drafts, getting ready for all the next big tournaments coming up, all those Road to Nationals coming up. And then every Saturday is our normal Armory events. Those do fire at 2, and those are streamed here every single weekend. It's a wonderful time to watch Flesh and Blood, be into Flesh and Blood. Hudson Bear saying, uh-oh, poor Bravo. Yes, it is a test for Bravo. However, I want to congratulate both these players, both Zach and Jamie, clawing their way into the finals here at this 1 week format. The reason I keep saying 1 week format, if you haven't been here since the beginning, the ban and restricted announcement did come out. So we are following that ban and restricted announcement. However, Uprising has not had its official release date here in the States until July 1st. So we are in this weird 1 week format where it's just kind of the old format, but without Chain and without Bravo. So Bravo star of the show. So if you haven't already, make sure you like and follow. This is our final match of the day. We will be getting out after this round. Nick, oh no, poor Jamie. Yeah, he did make it to finals. Hard to feel bad about it, but here we are. We're in finals. I think there's a win condition, right? Jamie has to stay very disciplined and just kill auras as much as they pop up. He needs to heal a lot of damage. I have actually lost to Bravo as Prism specifically for that reason. They killed my auras. I wasn't able to get like a critical mass of auras on the field, and they were able to heal enough damage, just hold on basically, and I decked out. Now that is like one game out of probably like 25 plus. But that being said, it is possible. It's not a foregone conclusion. You still got to play the game, still have to win, still have to play right. So we'll see what happens here. That being said, I'm really excited to have this finals match for you guys. Fest finally joined me back in the booth.
I'm back.
Let's go. I was the one that was abandoning him for bathroom breaks and water breaks earlier, so no worries there. But as the players are shuffling up, I do believe that Jamie is the high seed, right? So Zach was the 4th seed, so Jamie will actually get to pick who. He will decide who goes first in this game. If it's me, I think I am taking. Yeah, go ahead. If it's me, I think I'm taking first as Jamie. I think I'm gonna
Just try to do as much dominate action.
No, not even. I'm not gonna use my action point.
Really?
I'm gonna just have the first opportunity to set up an Arsenal card. I think that's really important. Maybe you hit that Sigil of Solace if he's playing it. I don't know. One thing Jamie is playing, which I find a little spicy, is playing a Heart of Fyendal. So that is a little bit more healing he does have access to. He was actually able to, he had to play Briar in the round prior, and he just decked out Matt Pollitt.
Ooh.
Yeah, like,
Whoa.
not Chain, Briar. He decked out a Briar. So definitely can be done. We'll just have to see how much he's able to weather the storm here against Zach. So one thing that Zach has done, though, is his deck is way more aggressive, which does give you a little bit more of a vulnerability to those Phantasm pops.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing a little bit more Heralds. He's playing the Pummels. I'm sure the Pummels get sided out, I would imagine. I used to side out my Pummels against all the big classes like Brute and Guardian because you just don't need them.
They're gonna get through or not.
Right. They're either going to pop or they're not going to block it at all. So we see that pretty normal setup from Jamie on the Guardian side. A pretty normal like Tectonic Plating, the Arcanite Skullcap, which is signed. I think, is that signed by James White? I'm not sure. It is signed.
Oh, wow.
And so very excited to see this get going. So we're gonna make a Spectral Shield and we're gonna play a Showtime and pass priority. Will we get punished for using our action point? We're gonna get a Pulverize. We are coming out swinging.
And this is exactly what Evan was talking about. I think on the ability of Bravo brings to the table with Showtime, just coming in for your free attack on the first turn. I mean, you see it or you don't.
Yeah. Now the question is, does he heave it? Yeah. He's like, he flicks the card over there. He's like, I'm heaving it. We're heaving. And then Zach was able to set up a aura before the turn ends, which is very good for him as well. Now it's not the, oh no, the game's over one. It's not Genesis, which would get you so much more value, especially turn one going second. But it is still a Merciful Ret, which is very good. And of course, this is the Miraging Metamorph that we've seen so often already. Funny enough, he is playing the pummels. So he left the pummel and he pitched it. So we do see that. I did ask for a life counter. So he's putting a life counter out for me. That's awesome. So Miraging Metamorph is going to come in for 7. Go again. If it breaks, you will create another aura. The other aura will be a Merciful Ret, most likely. Having 2 Merciful Rets is strong. And he has... How does he have 2 Miraging Metamorph already? And the worst part is, as Guardian, you don't want to pop it because you don't want to give them another aura.
The Miraging Metamorph is getting go again from...
Is he... So he's blocking with a Spinal Crush. That would pop the aura. And you don't... It's not optional.
Right.
You can't say like, no, I don't want to pop it. It just happens. So...
from the Luminaris is getting the go against, which is I guess why we were calling for the Luminaris ban back in the day, but
I don't think it's ban worthy still. I don't think so. I will say if I'm if I'm Jamie, I take back those blocks if my opponent lets me. I don't want to use my armor on something inconsequential. Now here's what's crazy. These are gonna pop in. I don't think Zach is playing it, but these do pop in action phase. So Zach could make him waste the Pulverize by playing an Arclight Sentinel.
Oh, that's tough. I think in this aggressive build, I haven't seen him drop one today. Have you?
No, I do see Rouse the Ancients. Now, Rouse the Ancients is also a super strong card. But we're going to pitch it. What does winner get this week? I believe the winner gets the...
Oh my god.
Oh my god! A Terra Sunder with a Pulverize. So this is a 15 damage. Dominate. If it hits, you lose 2 cards. Wow. We're throwing haymakers, baby. We're throwing haymakers.
That's a big attack.
Sorry, Brandon. To answer your question, they get the chess piece that's from the Dorinthia deck, the Reinhardt Dorinthia deck. I believe we're still on that. And then they also get some split of both Uprising packs when they release in a week. And then basically, if they were to get 6 packs, they actually get 3 packs of what they have on the shelf today, and they'll get 3 packs of Uprising when that releases in a week. But they will get that cold foil chess piece as well. We are not on the Phi armory kit just yet. That will be happening, I believe, next week. So
that's Searing Enderblade cold foil in there.
Searing Emberblade.
Ember.
I want that card. I want all the weapons in cold foil. I think they look super sweet. So Zach was able to get a Genesis on field. Gonna swing with the Genesis. And then I don't know how he has a full hand.
Just do pass.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. He passed up. Okay. Wow, a Spinal Crush. You want to stay in this game? That's how you do it. No go again for you, sir.
Follow up to that crazy 15 damage turn.
And he takes it. No go again for Mr. Zach Porter next turn. And Jamie has the Sigil of Solace going up to 28.
This Bravo is different.
He's racing. We racing.
You see that? It's definitely kind of crazy to see Bravo doing this. Like, just swinging. Like, can these auras build up enough?
Yeah, I think so. We're getting to that really dangerous point where Jamie has to let auras go at this point, which is terrifying. There's too many. You're not gonna knock them out in time. If you spend time now killing auras, it's just not gonna work out for you. You have to go full on attack, get in, go face, try to just win the race. I don't know if it's gonna be there. Usually, like, to me, the win condition is typically clearing auras as they pop up. Don't let them stick around. Play the long game. Try to grind them out of those auras. Now Zach having 2 Merciful Retributions, a Genesis, and a Haze Bending, and dabbing on screen.
This is getting to a pretty sticky situation board state wise.
Yeah, if you're Zach, you gotta be feeling pretty good. I mean, when you find out that the Briar player was the one knocked out in semis, and that you're gonna be playing against a Guardian, it is a very favored matchup.
I think he's got another aura in hand right now.
Yeah, so a couple things are going to trigger here. He's going to take 2 points of damage from 2 Mercifuls, and he's going to get a Haze Bending he's going to get a Spectral Shield from the Haze Bending. That is so much value on this board, and then we just, wow.
Keep it going.
Just keep it going. We have the Parable of Humility, so even if Jamie wants to go face, everything's -1 now, so it's just so much value.
Man, it's getting dicey.
Yeah, I think Zach might just run away with this one at this point, but we'll have to see. Can Jamie find a way out of it?
Do we know the arsenal for Bravo?
I do not. I don't. I don't know what he arsenaled.
Could be another sneaky sigil.
Yeah, there was that one game he had that sigil in there for like 6 turns.
I think he might have forgotten he had it there too.
No, he played once he got the other sigil. He played that one and arsenaled the other one. Wow, he is playing Arclight Sentinel.
That's scary.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a Spectral Shield guaranteed. It's gonna be 2 points of damage from Merciful, guaranteed. Not looking good for Jamie. This is kind of Prism kind of running away with this one. If you're Prism, that's a fun board state to have. If you're Bravo, feels almost super unfair.
You've gotta deal with it at some point.
Yep.
The Embolden he revealed off the top, I love the interaction with that. You go Blessing, draw a card off the pitch, hopefully it was a 3 cost, and then Embolden, draw another card because of Blessing. It's a pretty nice interaction there for Bravo, at least the aggressive, I'd say.
Yep, and so we see Zach doesn't have a hand right now, so he's just going to swing 1 with the Haze Bending. And move on to Jamie's next turn. Draw his hand back up.
Definitely difficult looking at the board. Like, what do you do in this situation? I think I definitely don't even try to look at the auras, right? You're just gonna hope that nothing is minus, what is that? Humility?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. You're just gonna Rouse the Ancients. The Rouse the Ancients comes in for 6 now.
Oh man. That's
Yeah, 6 go again. Not really where you want to be.
I have a lot of them. I'm gonna get more of them.
Had to make sure that he was using the right one on the right side.
right.
Got to switch out the colors, you know.
And if Zach can just take this, he's not really sweating.
Yeah, and here's the crazy thing. These 2 Spectral Shields are going to pop, and he's going to trigger both sets of the Merciful Retributions, dealing 2 Arcane.
And getting another Spectral Shield off of the Haze Bending, is that correct? Or do they not trigger themselves?
No. That would be infinite. No. It's when a non-token aura gets destroyed.
Gotcha.
Oh my goodness, no. They don't self-replicate. It's reproduced by osmosis.
Infinity mana. Alright,
Yeah.
I mean, closing the life total here.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. It's hard for me to I'm trying to stay upbeat. I'm saying Jamie may have a way out of it, but
It's definitely getting.
oh wow, he actually gets a little bit of time here because he drew into. Oh, I thought it was a red. I saw Command and Conquer. Don't know how I saw that, but it is another haze bending. So it does give Jamie at least a shot. He's gonna do the zealous belting for 5 and go again.
Alright, Zach's probably not gonna take for 4 go again because of the is that the Herald of or Retribution?
Yeah, the Merciful Retribution's gonna. Oh, sorry, that's protection. He's blocking protection. He's gonna block with a shield as well. Not that you have a choice, but the shield's gonna take up another point of damage. The Merciful Retributions are going to both trigger, dealing 2 points of damage. We're gonna kill the Genesis, and the Merciful Rets are gonna try to deal another 2 points of damage. And it's just not looking good. Jamie's gonna be at 4, and Zach has all the cards in the world. I think if I'm Zach, I just make a shield. I swing in for like $1 billion. Yep, that's the turn them all sideways. What do you got? We can block this many, this many, this many, this many, this many. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. You have 3 more coming at you. How many cards you want to give me? You go to 1, and now Jamie dies. Wow, what a BM play. Plays the library. Plays the library. Just salt on the wound.
See it get out. I saw it in hand, and I was like, "Is that?"
Yeah, that is the great library of Solana here in our 1 week format. USA only 1 week format.
Gets it out and goes to 5 intellect.
Yeah, this is insane, Brandalorian. I totally agree.
And,
Yep, and that's going to do it. That's going to deal the last point of damage with the Merciful Ret. Zach, congratulations to you. You are the undisputed 1 week format champion.
USA. USA.
I had a lot of fun casting this. Thank you guys again. If you stuck around since the beginning, I know Brando was here. Brandon, you are awesome, dude. I hope to see you next Saturday. Fess been here with me all day. Fess sold some cards here at the Haven. Made